to acknowledge our resource persons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. For the briefing on the FY 2026 proposed budget of the Department of Justice and attached agencies, namely the Bureau of Corrections, Bureau of Immigration, Land Registration Authority, National Bureau of Investigation, Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution, Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Office of the Solicitor General, Parole and Probation Administration, and Presidential Commission on Good Government or PCGG, we would like to acknowledge our resource persons. From the DOJ, we have the OIC Secretary Frederick Vida, together with Undersecretary Deo Marco, Assistant Secretary Maria Elisa Germar, Assistant Secretary Majken Anika Granong, Assistant Secretary Francis John Tejano, Assistant Secretary Eliseo DC Cruz, Prosecutor General Richard Anthony Fadulion, and Chief State Counsel Dennis Arvin Chan. For the Bureau of Corrections, we have the Director General, General Gregorio Pio P. Catapang Jr. AFP, together with ASEC Hiel Toralba and Chief Superintendent Celso Bravo. For the Bureau of Immigration, we have the Commissioner, Commissioner Joel Anthony Viado. For the LRA, we have the Administrator, Administrator Gerardo Sirios. For the NBI, we have Director Jaime Santiago, together with Deputy Director Antonio Pagatpat and Deputy Director Jose Justo Yap. For the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution, we have the Deputy Executive Director, who is also the acting ED or OIC of the agency, Deputy Executive Director Krista Gem Santos. For the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel or OGCC, we have Government Corporate Counsel Solomon Hermosura, together with Deputy Government Corporate Counsel Aniceto Kalubakib Jr. For the OSG, we have Solicitor General Darlene Marie Barbarabe, together with Assistant Solicitor General George Orta Jr. and Assistant Solicitor General Samantha Kamitan. For the Parole and Probation Administration or PPA, we have Administrator Bienvenido Benitez Jr. For the Presidential Commission on Good Government or PCGG, we have Chairperson Melchor Quirino Sadang and Commissioner Marco M. Bautista. For the Public Attorney's Office, the PAO is represented by Deputy Chief Public Attorney Annalisa M. Soriano. We have also requested the presence of representatives from the Department of Budget and Management and the Commission on Audit. For DBM, we have Director Carlos Castro, Director Mary Rose Aguilar, Ms. Merica Joanna de la Peña, Ms. Joanne Claire Constantino, and Mr. Cloyd Vincent Pagulayan. For COA, we have Ms. Marilyn Laurente, Mr. Zeus Torres, Ms. Helen Acosta, Attorney Yumar Gime, Mr. Jimmy Joe Miranda, Ms. Catherine Lorraine Soliva, Ms. Imelda Begisa, Ms. Joy Marie Garcia, Attorney Carmela Salazar, and Ms. Eleanor Miagao. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Comsec. Once again, thank you very much to the DOJ family for coming over to the Senate to present your budget. Before we begin, I am of receipt of a letter from Chief Public Attorney Dr. Presida Acosta of the Public Attorney's Office, and apparently that she cannot be present today to present her budget because of an official travel or official activity outside of the Philippines. As a matter of procedure and tradition, we always require the head of office to present their budget. This has been a practice for many years and for many budget briefings. In fact, a lot of head of offices of different agencies had to cancel their trips in order to present their budget personally. And this is a requirement that is very strictly observed here in the Senate. So with that, we will defer the budget of the Public Attorney's Office today. We will request from them a date that is convenient and a date that will enable Dr. Acosta to come here to the Senate to present her budget personally. So with that in mind, we can excuse the Public Attorney's Office at your option, at your decision. We can excuse them today in this budget briefing, and we will coordinate with the PAO for a date that is mutually convenient for both the Senate and the PAO. So with that, let me recognize the presence of Senator Dante Marcoleta. So with that, we can already proceed with the presentation of the budget of the Department of Justice and all of its attached agencies. So we recognize Secretary Vida.
Magandang umaga po, Senator Gatchalian at Senator Dante Marcoleta. Magandang umaga po. Sa ngalan po ng Kagawaran ng Katarungan, narito po ang mga iba't ibang opisyales ng ating kagawaran at ng mga attached agencies para ipresenta ang aming budget for year 2026. This is based on the President's budget or the National Expenditure Program and as passed by the HGAB po from the House of Representatives. With me today are my undersecretaries and assistant secretaries. Also present are the key officials from the DOJ proper and heads of attached agencies under the DOJ to provide answers or details on any query that the members of the committee may raise. In this regard, may I proceed and may I ask the chair to please do acknowledge Assistant Secretary Jermar, who will be making the presentation.
We recognize Sec Jermar.
Magandang umaga po with the permission of the chair. Soj. Primarily, it is the department's mandate to uphold the rule of law by serving as the principal law agency of the government. Under the 1987 Administrative Code, the DOJ serves as the legal counsel and prosecutorial arm of the government and administers the government criminal justice system by investigating crimes, prosecuting offenders, and administering the correctional system. It also implements law on the admission and stay of aliens, citizenship, and land titling system. Further, the department provides free legal services to indigent persons. First, in the next few slides, we will highlight some of the major accomplishments of the department. As shown in this slide, the department, through the National Prosecution Service, was able to sustain an improving case disposition rate post-pandemic. In November 2023, Department Circular Number 39 was issued prescribing guidelines on the performance measure and evaluation of the NPS. Thus, a new formula was adopted for the case disposition rate being equal to the resolved cases as a percentage of the difference between total caseload and those pending within 120 days or those not yet due for resolution. In addition, based on the total caseload of 430,638, 26,017 or 6.04% remain pending by year-end of 2024. However, out of the total pending of 22,273 are still within the reglementary period of 120 days, thus not yet due for resolution. This implies that only 3,744 or 14.39% are the complaints pending beyond the maximum of 120 days reglementary period. In terms of addressing case backlog, this slide shows a significant reduction in the number of complaints pending beyond 120 days maximum reglementary period by 13,051, that is from 16,795 in 2020 down to 3,744 in 2024. This translates to a 77.71 decrease in backlogs over the 5-year period. More particularly, with the strengthened performance management and sustained implementation of case decongestion initiatives starting in 2016, the case backlog in 2024 were significantly reduced to 14.39% from 27.09% in 2020. With regard to court disposition, the department was able to sustain high prosecution rate over the 5-year period. At present, the prosecution success rate measures the proportion of conviction relative to the sum of conviction and acquittals. The prosecution success rate excludes other court dispositions such as dismissal, archivals, successful mediation, etc. As shown in this slide, from 2020 to 2024, the PSR increased from 89.39% to 90.14% respectively. This reflects the improving effort and proactive stance of the department on investigation and case build-up of court cases through the years. For the prosecution sub-program, the National Prosecution Service was able to resolve 99.08% of the criminal complaints handled in 2024. Even in the first semester of CY 2025, the NPS consistently performed high in disposing complaints of 96.55%, which is expected to increase further by year-end. Our Witness Protection Sub-Program, on the other hand, processed and acted upon all applications for witness coverage in 2024 and in the first semester of this year. Further, through our Special Enforcement and Protection Unit, we were able to train at least 11,390 law enforcers and service providers who handled complaints involving women and children, trafficking, and cybercrime offenses in 2024. And as of first semester of this year, the total trained is recorded at 2,347 targets participant. More importantly, the sub-program recorded a high prosecution rate on monitored offenses from merely 80.53% in 2024 to 95.38% in the first sem of 2025. For our correction program, the Board of Pardons and Parole was able to act 99.96% of inmate records, applications, and petitions relative to parole and executive clemency in 2024, which is maintained at 99.97% in first semester of 2025. Meanwhile, the department, through our Board of Claims, has acted upon 100% of victim compensation claims both in 2024 and in the first semester of 2025. In addition of the various requests for legal services pending within prescribed period, the legal staff of the department has acted upon 94.26% in 2024 and higher at 97.15% in the first sem of 2025. For our law enforcement services, the NBI was able to conduct more than 50,000 investigations and process more than 6.7 million applications for criminal records clearance in the previous year. This year, as of first semester, they were able to attain about half of the last year's accomplishment. On the other hand, the Bureau of Immigration processed at least 97.70% of international airport passengers coming in and out of the country within 45 seconds upon primary inspection in 2024, which is slightly increased at 99.53% as of first sem of this year. The BI also processed 100% of immigration and registration document within 6 days from receipt both in 2024 and first semester of 2026. For our correction agencies, the Bureau of Correction managed a daily average of 53,617 inmates under its custody in 2024, which increased by 998 inmates as of first semester of this year. Out of the inmate population, around 97% participated in various reformation rehabilitation program of the Bucor both in 2024 and first sem of 2025. In addition, the Parole and Probation Administration was able to ensure the 98.88% of its supervised offender in 2024 were compliant to their probation and parole condition. Further, 97.31% of the client of PPA in the same year participated in the rehabilitation program. As of first semester of this year, the PPA maintained its highest performance in this indicator. For our legal services agencies, the Public Attorney's Office secured favorable judgment on 83.63% of its cases handled in 2024 and was able to achieve a high alternative dispute resolution rate of 91.41% in the same year. For the first half of this SEM, the PAO continues to record high performance result. The Office of the Solicitor General acted on 99% of the cases it handled in 2024 and resolved all the petitions for naturalization in the same year. And as of first semester of this year, the OSG continuously attained high ratings. Similarly, the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel has achieved 100% accomplishment rate on the pleadings filed within the prescribed period both in 2024 and the first sem of 2025. In the case of the Land Registration Authority, the agency has issued 93.62% titles within the prescribed period from receipt of complete documents in 2024. Meanwhile, the Presidential Commission on Good Government reported around 2.24 billion of recovered amount and proceeds from the administration of fully taken over sequestered asset in 2024. And as of first SEM, this year naman, the PCGG accomplished more than half of said figure, amounting to 1.3 billion. And lastly, the alternative dispute resolution was able to train 2,090 ADR practitioners and implementers in 2024 and has acted upon all applications for accreditation and approval of ADR training. And as of first SEM of 2025, the OADR has already trained 945 ADR practitioners and implementers. Overall, the whole department remains steadfast and optimistic in sustaining, if not surpassing, its performance result. Sir, may I now proceed with the budget proposal of the department?
Yes, go ahead,
Okay.
please.
For the total 2026 program budget of the Department of Justice, including its constituent and attached agencies, amounts to 43.653 billion as compared with FY 2025 of 42.189 billion. As you may note, the DOJ budget for 2026 is only 0.64% or less than 1% of the total national budget for 2026 of 6.793 trillion. On the overall, about 64.29% of these is for personal services, including salaries and other compensation of employees. Only 24.73% is provided for MOOE, while 10.98% is allocated for capital outlay. For 2026, the department-wide budget proposal submitted amounts to 133.810 billion. The total budget recommended in the 2026 National Expenditure Program is only 43.653 billion, which is 3.47% higher than the 2025 budget. The next slide shows our comparative budget for FY 2025 and 2026 by allotment class in millions. Details on this figure will be shown later. Yes, with the permission of the honorable members, I will continue with the details. For 2026, we are provided with a budget of for the OSEX expenditure program, we are provided with 10.844 billion, wherein 82.11% is for PS, 14.05% for MOOE, and only 3.84% for capital outlay. Now we are now in the OSEC expenditure program. For our law enforcement program, the budget for the National Prosecution Service increased by 7.35%. The Witness Protection Program increased by 2.36%, and the Special Enforcement and Protection Program increased by an average of 8.47%. On the overall, our 2026 law enforcement budget will be 7.12% higher than our 2025 appropriation. Our law enforcement program performance indicators relate to the disposition rate of criminal complaints handled by the National Prosecution Service, the percentage of application for witness coverage under the Witness Protection Program, and the rate of investigations completed by our special units. For our correction programs, the Board of Pardons and Parole grants parole to qualified offenders and recommends to the Office of the President the grant of pardon and executive clemency. The Victim Compensation Service provides monetary compensation for victim of violent crimes and unjust imprisonment through the Board of Claims. In terms of performance, the indicators focus on pardons and parole, services and actions on claims for victim compensation. On the legal services of the department, the DOJ legal staff render various legal services in relation to the function of the Secretary as Attorney General, including legal opinions, resolutions of citizenship cases, grant of special immigration visas, legislative position papers, and legal studies, among others. DOJ lawyers also participate in negotiation of economic agreements within the country and abroad, and its implementation to ensure consistency with our legal interest framework. For our attached agency, the constituent agency, we start with the Bureau of Correction. The Bureau of Correction, the 2026 recommended budget amounts to 10.08 billion, which is 9.52% higher than the 9.2 billion in 2025. Bucor aims to achieve a performance target of 98.13% on inmate participation in rehabilitation program. While the BI, the Bureau of Immigration, the 2026 recommended budget amounts to 5.256 billion, which is 7.58% lower than the budget in 2025. For the Land Registration Authority, the 2026 recommended budget amounts to 1.36 billion, which is 9.81% higher than the 1.24 billion in 2025. In addition to the amounts appropriated herein, 1.154 billion shall be used for MOOE and 267 million for capital outlay requirements of the LRA, sourced from the 20% of the land registration fees of collection in accordance with Section 111 of PD number 1529. The LRA will be able to provide land registration services and will ensure that at least 93.62% of titles will be issued and 95.64% of deeds annotated in 20 days after the submission of complete documents. For our National Bureau of Investigation, the 2026 recommended budget for our law enforcement agency amounts to 3.64 billion, which is about 595% lower than the 3.87 billion in 2025. For the said 2026 budget, NBI will be able to process more than 6.6 million applications for clearance, of which at least 98% will be processed within 10 minutes from receipt. NBI will be able to act on and conduct investigation in at least 50,000 cases. For the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, the 2026 recommended budget amounts to 304.02 million, which is 5.52% higher than the 288.12 million in 2025. Given the said 2026 budget, the OGCC will ensure that 100% of all court pleadings will be filed within the prescribed period. It will also ensure that 82% of all contracts will be reviewed and legal opinions will be rendered within the prescribed period. For the Office of the Solicitor General, the 2026 recommended budget amounts to 1.74 billion, which is 5.66% higher than the 1.65 billion in 2025. The OSG aims to act upon at least 99% of all cases referred to it in 2025 within 30 days. For resolution of petition for naturalization, the agency intends to resolve all by the end of the year. For the PPA, the 2026 recommended budget amounts to 1.20 billion, which is about 5.68% higher than the 1.14 billion in 2025. With this 2026 budget, PPA will ensure that 98.88% of clients will be compliant to their terms of their probation and or parole condition, and that is 97.31% will participate in its rehabilitation program. For the Presidential Commission on Good Government, the 2026 recommended budget amounts to 275.25 million, which is 57.15% higher than the 175.15 million in 2025. The PCGG targets at least 715 million of assets will be submitted to the Privatization Council for disposition. And for the Public Attorney's Office, the 2026 recommended budget amounts to 6.41 billion, which is 18.25% higher than the 5.42 billion in 2025. Lastly, the Office of the Alternative Dispute Resolution, the 2026 recommended budget amounts to 160.58 million, which is 0.14% higher than the 160.35 million in 2025. Given the said budget, the OADR will ensure that 1,740 ADR practitioners and implementers will be trained, and 100% of application for accreditation and approval of the ADR training program will be acted upon within the prescribed period. Sir, this ends our presentation. We are looking forward to your favorable consideration of our budget.
Maraming salamat, ASEC. Thank you for the budget presentation. And now we open the floor to questions. And of course, we will start off with the most seasoned legislator of our country, Senator Dante Marcoleta.
Masison ka naman sa akin, Mr. Chair. Pero salamat po sa opportunity makapagtanong sa inyong budget as well as your presentation. Mahirap pong debatihin yung statistics na pinresent ninyo, let's say the rate of disposition of cases, dispute resolution rate, prosecution success rate, correction programs, etc., especially the outcomes and the benefits that it may have rendered society. My initial concern is how we are able to relate all these programs, these outcomes, these achievements for our ordinary people to appreciate. Like if an ordinary person is hearing our presentation this morning, baka hindi niya masyadong maintindihan. What are the benefits that it may accrue the society in general? Can I walk at night more peacefully and more confidently today because the Department of Justice has presented several accomplishments that may or may not be understandable to him? Can he smile more openly today? Kasi as compared to the last year or previous years, necessarily you achieve more than the previous years. Paano kaya yun? How can we make our ordinary citizen appreciate all this? Para sa ganon, they can relate to what the DOJ is trying to do. Mahirap naman kasing sabihin na, ito yung nagawa namin, but how can the ordinary Filipino appreciate or even understand sa kanyang pangkaraniwang buhay?
Opo, maraming salamat po sa tanong niyo, Senator Dante. Basically, ang Department of Justice po, without talking about the mandates of the particular 10 attached agencies, constituent agencies, meron pong dalawang mandato na malaki ang department, ang kagawaran. Ito po yung isa, yung NPS, yung sa prosecution service, at isa po yung legal services. Dagdag pa po dito yung iba't ibang mandato ng mga batas na itinalaga natin. Kaakibat din po dito yung mga iyakat, yung ibang programs po natin sa OSAEC, OSAM, at yung Witness Protection Program. Pero sa pangkabuuan ho, kaagibat po namin yung may tinatawag po, Senator Dante, yung Your Honor, meron po tayong yung Judicial Justice Zone na ginagawa po, na ang konsepto po, umuupo po ang, dahil bahagi lang ho ang Department of Justice para maramdaman ho ng mga kababayan natin yung pangkabuang epekto. Naupo po doon,
Kung tayo pong
Your
dalawa
Honor.
ang nag-uusap nito, I can easily understand you.
Opo.
And as one, I will appreciate all of these programs that
Yes,
the DOJ has been struggling to do and have achieved over the years. Ang sinasabi ko, yung ordinaryong tao, you have prosecuted so much, for example, compared to the rest of the prior years. Marami kang nakorek na mga erring individuals now in the care of the Bureau of Corrections. Ang tinatanong ko po yung, paano maiintindihan ng tao? All of this collectively contributed in pacifying the restlessness of our people in their communities, lalo na yung medyo palagi yung criminality. So is it possible that we can relate, for example, all this collectively in saying that, ang criminality ngayon po is lower because it is directly correlated with what we have done so far? Yung ganun ba, something that we can tell our people back pag-uwi natin. Kasi maaaring nakikinig sila, but naiintindihan ko po na gusto rin nilang intindihin how much has been achieved over the years. It may not be so meaningful to them. Yung mga they will purely stand as statistics. Pero yung mas importante sa kanila yung ano pala tayo ngayon? Mas ganito pala tayo ngayon, ganito. So how can we tell them? Paano natin ipipresent sa kanila in a more meaningful way, understandable to ordinary people?
Opo, naunawaan ho namin yung barrier na mas maunawaan ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino. Kaya nga po, patuloy po yung pakikipagkaya.
Hindi lamang maunawaan, yung ma-feel nila ang difference.
Yung maramdaman po.
Kasi, let's say, 2025 ngayon, sabi niya, mukhang ang tahimik tayo ngayon, Yung maramdaman lang niya na ganun comparing with what happened in 2024.
Opo.
Di ba? Huwag nating isama yung mga calamities. Wala naman kayong kinalamanan doon. With or without DOJ, darating ang lindol dito. Ang sinasabi natin, yung environment ng ating mga mamamayan. Can they compare what happened in 2023 and 2025 so far na yun siguro yung mas hinihingi nila
Opo.
Tingnan mo kanya, dahil sa nakakapaglakbay na tayo ng mas maayos ngayon, nakatipid tayo ng ganito, hindi na ako naglalakad, yung tricycle, ganito, yung ganyan. Something that people will easily appreciate.
With your permission, Undersecretary Jesse Andres will respond.
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Chairman, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Marcoleta. Sa ordinaryo pong mamamayan, ang sa tingin po naming mahalagang pagbabago o reforma na nararamdaman nila ay patungkol po sa karapatang pantao at po sa tinatawag nating court congestion at saka jail congestion. Ang isa pong napaka-significant na reforma natin, yung binago po natin, yung antas po ng ebidensya bago po maisakdal sa kasong kriminal ang isang mamamayan. Dati-rati po, ang pamantayan po ng pag-file ng kaso sa mga korte ay tinatawag natin probable cause. Medyo mababa pong antas ng ebidensya yon. At ang ating pong maliit na mga mamamayan na hindi po tama ang representasyon ay maaari pong makasuhan at makulong kahit po hindi sapat ang ebidensya. Ayon po sa ating bagong pamantayan na inaprobahan din po ng ating Korte Suprema, ang threshold po of evidence is what we call prima facie evidence with reasonable certainty of conviction. Ibig sabihin po, nasa kamay na po ng law enforcement agents at ng prosecutors ang sapat na ebidensya para masakdal ang isang individual bago po siya simulan ng preliminary investigation at eventually ma-file yung case sa court. So napakalaking bagay po nito na ang isang inosenteng tao hindi po madedeprive ng liberty when cases are filed against them because no longer is probable cause the threshold of evidence, but a higher threshold that assures the respect for human rights, especially against deprivation of liberty. At even for bailable offenses, ang masama pong nangyayari, hindi naman po nakakapagpiyansa ang mga tao kapag sila po ay na-charge ng offenses na bailable dahil po kulang din po ang kanilang kakayahan na mag-post ng bail. Kaya po ang dagdag na reforma po natin ay patungkol po sa pagbababa ng bail na hanggang 10,000. Yan po ay napag-usapan sa Justice Sector Coordinating Council at kaya po binaba natin for indigent accused yung bail to a maximum of 10,000 pesos. So mas marami pong mga nasasakdal na maari na pong lumaya temporarily while the case is ongoing trial. Ang pangalawa po ay tungkol sa jail congestion. Napakalaki pong pagbabago ang ginawa natin sa Bureau of Corrections, especially po sa prison records. Between 2022 to the present, there is an astounding number of releases. 26,000 individuals have been released from Bucor simply because we have now reviewed their prison records and we are now making sure that no one stays incarcerated one day more than what they should be imprisoned for. Dati-rati po, manual po ang review ng mga prison records. Kaya marami pong dapat makalaya na dahil napagsilbihan na po nila yung sentensya nila. Ngunit dahil hindi gumagalaw ang papeles, nakakulong. Tsinaga po namin ito manually and then ngayon po, fully digitized na po ang ating prison records sa Bucor. Kaya po, napakarami na pong na-process, na-release ng mga tao. So yun po ang immediate na impact sa taong bayan. Hindi po kayo dapat mangamba na makasuhan dahil po kapag meron lang sapat na ebidensya, doon lang po kayo maaring kasuhan. And this is in favor of ordinary people who cannot have sufficient representation. At sa jail congestion naman po, napakalaki na po ng improvement.
Mr. Chair, sana po magamit nating batayan yung sinasabi ninyo sapagkat hindi naman lahat po merong potential po na pagkakataon na sila ay ma-charge either criminally or civilly, no? Baka hindi rin nila maunawaan po yung ganun. As a matter of fact, 3 weeks ago, meron pong pumunta sa akin, nagpapatulong kung anong kanyang gagawin sapagkat ang gusto niyang kasuhan ay talaga pong influential member ng ating society. As a matter of fact, siya po ay official ng ating judicial system. So, nagtangka po siya na mag-file ng charge. Alam po ba niyo kung ano sinabi ng piskal? Sa may parting Laguna po ito Alam mo ba, bata, kung sino yung gusto mong idemanda? wala kang kalaban-laban dito. So, under the standard, yung success rate mo sa prosecution, wala, zero ka dito eh. So, umuwi yung tao, hindi lamang malungkot na malungkot, kundi prostrated siya. So, ito pong mga ganito yung lumilitaw. Maaring tama rin po kayo na mayroong nangyayari na mga bagay na kinatutuwa ng ilan. Pero mayroon din pong downside kasi. Ang sinasabi natin, wag na yung masyadong highly technical na pag-uusap. Yun lang ma-feel sana ng tao na kasi po kung hindi naman siya pumupunta sa Bureau of Corrections, paano niya malalaman gaano karami po yung nakukorek natin o ganito. Anyway, kaya ko po tinatanong ito, importante lang na ma-relate po yung Department of Justice sa ordinary na buhay po ng ating mga mamamayan. Yun lang naman po yung ano. Kasi po, kagaya po nung sinabi ni ASEC Jermar kanina, ang DOJ ay talaga namang siya yung ating principal law agency sang-ayon sa ating Administrative Code of 1987. Di ba ma'am, sinabi mo kanina? Sa napaka-importante po ng role na ginagampanan po ng DOJ. Earlier po in our work in the Senate, more particularly the Blue Ribbon Committee, this representation as the erstwhile chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee tried his best to get to the bottom of the investigation. We're talking about the flood control anomalous projects. Ang sabi pa nga namin noon, sisisirin po namin yung baha na yan para makita natin ang mastermind. Napakahirap po ng objective na sinet ng inyong lingkod kasi ayoko naman ng na-pinpoint lang natin. Sabi ko nga, puro sapsap lang o maliliit na isda. Dapat yung ma-target natin, yung pinakamalaking isda. Kasi siya yung nanggulo ng sistema kung bakit nangyari sa atin ito. And so, I maximize the potential. Naisip po yung Witness Protection Program. Dahil sa hirap po ng pagpipinpoint ng utak talaga niyan, mangangailangan ka. So I floated the idea doon sa 15 contractors initially invited in the hearing. Ang sabi ko sa kanila, well, ano po ito, napakahirap po ng inyong kinasasadlakan ngayon sa investigasyon ito. Unang-una, yung offense po na ating pinag-uusapan is a major offense. Plunder nga po ang mangyayari rito. At least marami pang iba. So, kung gusto po ninyo na tulungan ng Estado, meron po tayong remedyo rito because this is legislative investigation. And under the Witness Protection Program, Section 4, sinasabi niya, kung gusto po ninyong tulungan ng Estado, mahirap po ang gagawin nyo, ngunit may nakalaan pong protection and benefit provided by law. So, nung pinload ko po yung idea na yon, dalawa po yung he enumerated 17 members of Congress, House of Representatives. Ang nangyari po, kasi hiningi naman nila yung Witness Protection Program, so nung panahon ko po, I recommended that they be processed under the Witness Protection Program. So sumulat po ako sa Senate President, yun naman po yung dapat sa kamalasan naman, yung naging Senate President, ayaw niya na po. Ayaw niyang ituloy. At dahil nga po, merong sinabi yung former Secretary of Justice, we cannot process them until and unless they return yung kanilang mga ninakaw, blah, blah, blah. So the new Senate President, pinangatawanan niya yun. Oo nga naman, sabi niya, the Secretary of Justice, sabi niya, that's a good policy. Kailangan mag-restitute muna sila before they can covered by the WPP. Paano po? How can we begin to even pretend that we know what to do and to help the state prosecute? Kung sasabihin na kahit nawala po sa batas, ipipilit halimbawa ng inyong dating secretary na kailangan mag-restitute muna. I told him it is not a requirement under the law. But he insisted in saying, well, yeah, it's not in the law, but we can always agree on something like a good policy for the state. Do you agree with him?
I agree with the position of Secretary Boying Rimulya, now the Ombudsman. Basically, it being one of the conditions. When we look at this, Your Honor, no, we're looking at on the ultimate objective. Paano yung Estado mananalo at mapapanagot itong mga to? Wala pa pong tapos sa pagpoproseso ng mga nakasalang na nag-a-apply po ng Witness Protection Program. Kasi kaakibat po sa pag-aaral na to, kasama rin po yung under the Witness Protection Program, kasama rin po sa pag-aaral ng atin pong prosecution team na yung paano kung pwede ba under Rule 119 naman pagpasok po. Marami pong iba't ibang binabalangkas at pinag-aaralan, Your Honor, at itong mga bagay na to, pwede pa pong makapagdagdag. Ipapasa ko ho kay Chief Dong at ito po ay aming masusing pinag-aralan at ilalahad niyo po yung iba pa pong mga prosesong tinitimbang. Wala pa pong sarado, Senator. Lahat po ay tinitimbang pa. If with the permission of the Senator,
Hindi, ang ibig kong sabihin,
Opo.
kung ipipilit na merong restitution kahit wala sa batas, so how can you process the application, for example, of the applicant? Kasi, kapag tinignan mo yung, I think the applicable section is section 10. Basahin mo yun, wala namang restitution. So, kung ipipilit natin that somebody should first restitute, doon pa lamang sa title ng batas, Secretary, it is all for the benefit, interest, and protection of the witness. To burden him or her with additional requirement which is not in the law, hindi ko ba intindihan? How can you agree with that?
Your Honor, ang tinitingnan po dito ay yung pangkalahatan.
No, I'm talking about
Opo.
the WPP.
Opo.
What pangkalahatan ang sinasabi ninyo?
Ang kailangan po kasi sa dulo nito, manalo po yung Estado laban.
Kaya
mapanagot
nga,
po
but before you do that,
Opo.
you have to proceed with the process.
Yes, opo.
So, paano siya mapaprocess? Kung ipipilit po na mag-restitute muna, for example, anong i-restitute niya? How much? Sino magkukompute? How can it be done? Sino ang magsasabi na ganito ang dapat niyang i-restitute? Meron na bang Meron na bang pronouncement? We are in the process of asking their help to identify yung mastermind.
Opo.
It cannot be done easily. Kaya nga natin ginamit ang batas na to help the state. Ngayon, kung kayo po pala ay mag-prescribe ng isa pang requirement which is not in the law, I cannot believe this. Ito yung dilemma namin eh. Kaya nung pinipilit niya, sabi, and ako po nagtataka kung bakit kayo rin nag-agree kayo. So ano po talaga, kayo po yung ang DOJ is the principal law agency. If the principal law agency of this government will not even understand the basic requirements of the law para lamang magkaroon ng nag-a-apply pa lang yung tao po eh. Imagine, hindi man natin masasabi kung ultimately magko-qualify siya eh. Or even if he qualifies as a state witness, kung hindi niya naman magagampanan ang tungkulin niya under the program, pwede mo rin siyang alisin eh. So, the point, Mr. Chair, is they cannot even begin to be processed under the law. Kasi naglalagay po kayo ng requirement which has not been included by law. Sino yung mag-explain ulit? Sabi? May I be educated on that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make an attempt to reconcile the debate on this matter. There's actually no inconsistency. First, it is correct that under Section 10, the law provides for the qualifications for a person to be qualified as a state witness. Nandun po yung materiality at absolute necessity ng testimony ng tao, at corroborated po to on its material points by other witnesses, and that he is not the most guilty. Okay. Now, under Section 5, which refers to the memorandum of agreement that has to be executed between the DOJ and the potential state witness, nakalagay din po dyan yung necessary matters that should bind the agreement dito po sa Witness Protection Program. And under Section 5, letter D, nakalagay din po dyan kung ano po yung legal obligations and civil judgments or civil aspect of the case against him. Ang ibig lang pong sabihin niyan, kakausapin naman po siya, maari pong i-process yung application niya, but under the first statement under Section 5,
What is specific provision under that law, under that provision?
Section 5 po says
Ano nga,
that
basahin mo.
before a person is provided protection under this act, he shall first execute a memorandum of agreement
Okay.
which shall set forth his responsibilities, including the following.
Oh, ano
So
nga?
kasama po dun sa mga obligations.
Ano nga?
Ito po, to comply with legal obligations and civil judgments. So dun sa civil judgments po, this refers po to the civil obligation pertaining to the
May
crime.
civil judgment.
No. We are saying legal obligations. Ang basis po ng legal obligations
The basis of legal obligation is the law itself.
is the law itself,
Oh,
which
walang
includes,
nakalagay na restitution, bakit mo ikokot yung
which includes
memorandum?
po other provisions of law, including the civil code on unjust enrichment. Kasama po yan. Every law should be read consistent and harmoniously
Paano mo nga
with other
i-apply
provisions
yun,
of the
even
law.
the civil code? How can you apply? Paano, ano yung i-restitute niya? Alam mo, magkakatalo lang tayo rito eh.
Hindi ho.
The
Let
DOJ
me
is in a position to even calculate how much the applicant should restitute before he can be processed under the application.
I'm making a distinction po between process and enjoying the benefits under this act. So, ipoprocess na po yan dahil matagal po naman ang paraan para malaman at matuntun ang lahat ng civil
wala
obligation.
Wala pa nga pong statement whether or not meron nga sila. Wala pa tayo eh.
Kailangan po natin makuha ang mga statement ng mga potential witnesses. Kailangan pong evaluate, kailangan pong malaman
Doon sa,
kung ano po
doon sa
yung
memorandum na
lahat po ng
sinasabi mo, Yusek, sinasabi restitution?
Opo, kasama po.
Sinasabi dyan?
Hindi, ang word po dito ay civil and legal obligations. Understood po na ang legal obligations has many sources.
Saan ang
Kasama
gagaling
po-
ang obligation? The law does not provide restitution in the first place. That is very simple.
Legal obligation po has a
Huwag
specific
kayong
definition.
mag-imagine ng argument, Yusek. Magtatagal lang tayo rito. This is very simple enough.
Apo. Anyway, ang sinasabi ko
Kapag
lang po,
ka ba hindi provided ng batas, magiging reasonabling obligation under the provision you're quoting?
we are saying that legal obligations is defined under
You
the law.
cannot
And legal
even,
obligations
you
includes
cannot
unjust
use,
enrichment.
your opinion will even matter here. That's your opinion. Ang pinag-uusapan natin is the requisite of law. Thus, the maxim expressio unius est exclusio alterius ring a bell to you?
Alam po natin yun. Ang
O anong
sinasabi
ibig
ko po,
sabihin nun?
ang what is expressed excluded is not included.
Kaya nga. You
So-
are including an opinion which was not expressly enumerated under Section 10 of the law.
Hindi. We submit, Your Honor, that a witness can be processed under this program, but he cannot receive any of the benefits as stated in Section 5 unless the matter referring to legal obligations is reduced into writing in a memorandum.
So,
Yan
Mr.
po ang
Chair,
position namin.
the opinion of the USEC is trying to supplant the very clear and categorical provision of law.
We submit, Your Honor, with just reading the text of Section 5. Your Honor, may I also add, we are trying to get to the bottom of the
You
investigation.
are adding an opinion and you are supplanting the basic provision of law. You cannot do that. And sabi pa nga natin, the spring cannot rise higher than its source. Tama?
Opo.
Paano? Pati opinion mo, gagamitin natin. Sana wag ganun para hindi na tayo magtagal. Paano nyo mapoprocess ngayon ito, SEC, Bida? Kung ipipilit nyo halimbawa, tingnan nyo hanggang ngayon, what is the status of the application, for example, of the Discayas? I am not defending them. Kaya ko lang po pinipilit ito because kagaya ng sinabi ko, gusto nating ma-identify yung mastermind.
Opo.
Kung ayaw ninyong i-identify yung mastermind, that's a different matter altogether. So, kahit na wag nyo na siyang i-process, okay lang. Pero kung gusto nyo malilit na isda lang, kaya ayaw niyang i-process, nasa sa inyo yon. Nasa sa inyo yun. Kasi dito sa inyong presentation, yung office ng secretary, yung law enforcement program ninyo, yung percentage of successful prosecution, meaning conviction vis-a-vis acquittal, is 90.14%. Pero yung percentage of successful prosecution in cases with witnesses covered by the program, it's 95.3%. And then the third, percentage of successful prosecution in relevant cases handled by the DOJ prosecutors, 80.5%. So dito mas mataas talaga yung success if you will use the WPP. Hindi nga ako, nagtataka nga ako kung bakit averse kayo dun sa pag-process dun sa, samantalang wala namang nilalagay na restitution, ipipilit nyo para lang hindi sila makover ng program. So anong mangyayari sa batas natin? You will insist on an opinion supplanting the requisites categorically provided by law. Hindi talaga makakapaprocess. So pinipili nyo yung gusto nyo i-process. Paano natin, sila lamang ang nakapag-identify initially ng 17 congressmen. At doon sa kanilang mga testimony, lumalabas na rin ang pangalan ni Saldico and Martin Romualdez. Ngayon, kung ayaw ninyong bigyan sila ng protection under that law, kaya siguro umayaw na sila sa ICI. So what is their status now with the DOJ? Are you insisting that they restitute? How much? How do you compute it?
If I may, Your Honor.
Oh, yes.
If I may, Your Honor, to be consistent, the Department of Justice.
No, you are not consistent from the beginning. Huwag mo sasabihin to be consistent.
Okay.
There is no consistency here.
Sige po.
Magkano ang gusto nyong restitute nila in the first place?
Okay. Wala pa po sa estado na ganon.
So mga tweet, hindi mapoprocess talaga yan.
Pinoproseso po namin, Your Honor, yung kanyang application.
How can you process the application, Mr. Chair, if you are providing another requisite which is not even written in the law? You are imagining something that is not within the law. You are Department of Justice. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. You're supposed to be the chief.
Pwede ho bang magdagdag, Your Honor? Halimbawa po, sa pagitan po ng pagpapalitan ng statement mula sa witness, sinabi ng isang witness, 'di ba? Kasama ako sa sindikatong ito. 'Di ba? At dahil sa kumita ako dito sa pagsali ko sa sindikatong ito, kumita ako ng 10 milyon. Kuwasa ho ba naman hindi pa kukuhanin ng DOJ bago siya matanggap sa Witness Protection Program? Mga practical na aspeto lang po, Your Honor.
So ano nga sinabi sa inyo ng mga diskaya?
Ah,
Na-determine ninyo kung magkano ang kinita nila?
Diba? Kaya po, Your Honor,
Hindi nga, nakuha nyo na ba? Did they admit to you na sila ay nangulimbat ng ganito karaming pera? I have to explain myself.
Yeah, po.
Hindi ko dinidepensa ng mga taong iyon.
Opo.
Ginawa ko lamang yon doon sa nalalaman ko na ma-identify natin ang pinaka-mastermind dito. Yun lang, wala nang iba.
Opo.
Kung gusto nyong ang ma-identify, puro butete at saka sapsap, bahala na kayo sa buhay nyo.
Gusto rin po namin, Your Honor.
Gusto nyo pala eh.
Opo.
Why are you putting a requirement that is not within the law? Tsaka na natin sila pag na-prosecute na natin yung mandarambong, na-prosecute na natin yung mastermind. Bakit? Makakalampas ba sila sa civil liability? Of course, the court will, in proper time, adjudicate kung anong dapat nilang isoli sa gobyerno. That is the only time when restitution can be done. Kasi mayroong court order eh. Pero sa ngayon, will you abuse your discretion na kaya niyong gawin ito kahit na wala sa batas? How can the Department of Justice do that? You're supposed to be the embodiment of justice. Mr.
Thank you, Senator Marcoleta, and would like to implore on the Department of Justice to reflect on the exchange between Senator Marcoleta and, of course, the members of the Department of Justice. It's something that the Department of Justice, the department, might study carefully, analyze the situation carefully. I think the objectives are the same, no? To put people into account or hold people to account, and those who transgressed our laws should be put in jail. No? I think that is very clear in our objectives. I think the approach might be different, the opinions might be different, but let's reflect on it, no? Because ang gusto naman natin yung objective na may managot at may makulong at mabilis.
We will do, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Yes. So while we take a break on this topic, I'll go to a similar topic, but not going into the legal aspect of it. No? But I just want to get a broader sense of where we are in terms of holding people to account and putting people to jail. May movement sa Department of Justice, alam naman natin. Si Secretary Remulla ngayon nasa Ombudsman at ngayon may bago tayong kalihim, may bago tayong secretary, and then may ICI na binuo. No? So, what is the role now of DOJ, the role of ICI, and the role of Ombudsman in this quest to hold people to account and put people in jail, those who transgressed our laws? So anong ngayon ang role ng Department of Justice in, kasi parang may added body, no, yung ICI, no? So paano yung tong interplay or anong mga roles nitong bodies
Okay.
nito?
Ang basic po ng paghabol po sa mga tiwaling lingkod bayan na hindi tumutupad sa kanilang tungkulin sa batas ay nakaatang mayorya sa Ombudsman. Noong 2012 po, merong Memorandum of Agreement ang DOJ at Ombudsman kung saan nagkaroon ng sanipuwersa, paano mausig, paano mapanagot yung mga tiwaling lingkod bayan. At base po dito sa MOA na to, nagkaroon po ng hatian ng trabaho. Yung po yung case build up, pagpo-prosecute para po dun sa salary grade 26 and below, yung po ang napaatang sa DOJ. At yung 27 and above, ang mayorya pong jurisdiction ay nasa Ombudsman. Pero sa kabila po nung deputization na yon sa DOJ, ang kabuuang pagpapatakbo pa rin ng pag-uusig ng plano, kung ano man ang dapat gawin para usigin yung mga dapat managot na public officials ay nasa ombudsman pa rin po. Sa kasalukuyan po, create po yung ICI. Yung ICI po ay pursuant to executive order. At kasama po sa kanilang mandato ay magkalap, 'di ba? Nag-offer sila sa public, basically public crowdsourcing po. Kung sino man ang may kaukulang impormasyon ay tinatanggap nila at pinoproseso. Dahil nga po na-appoint na at nag-assume na ang ating bagong ombudsman, ang lahat po ng aming mga findings sa DOJ, meron din po kaming task force on this flood control. So lahat po ng findings namin ngayon, lahat po ay ipinapasa namin sa ombudsman, no? Kasama na po, referral po lahat sa ombudsman. Kasi sa ilalim po ng mandato ng ombudsman, ay ang opisina po ng ombudsman ang may pangkabuoang kapangyarihan at mandato para usigin yung mga iba't iba pong dapat managot.
So ngayon, itong mga investigasyon, ombudsman na ang magtutuloy.
Hindi po, patuloy po yung mandato kasi ng iba na pagkakalap, pero sa dulo po yung pag-refer po namin sa ombudsman, no? Pati po yung pag-case build-up, iniipon po namin, tulad po nung aming task force. May na-refer po kami sa Office of the Ombudsman Tuesday last week, na 5 pong kaso. Ito po yung mga nabuo na po ng mga team ng DOJ, kung saan po yung mga ghost project po. Diba? Na-refer na po namin. Ngayon po, ang inaantay po namin ay kung sasabihin sa amin ng ombudsman, sila ba magfa-file ng magsisimula ng prosecution nun o DOJ po?
Diba ang ICI is also a fact-finding body?
Yes, opo.
They're also, meron rin silang case build-up
Yes, opo.
responsibility. So paano yung interplay nun? Paano yung roles ng DOJ and ICI in terms of case build-up, in terms of fact-finding?
Sa fact-finding po, humingi po ng tulong sa amin ng ICI.
May conflict ba? Yun ang inaano ko, mayroon bang conflict na ginagawa ng ICI pero ginagawa na rin ng task force ninyo?
Wala naman pong conflict. More po ang nagko-coordinate po yung ICI. Kasi may iba po silang sources na hindi po available sa, tulad po, yung kakayanan nilang magpatawag sa iba't ibang ahensya ay nagagawa ng ICI. Sa kasalukuyan nga po, nanghihiram ang ICI ng ilang piskal na para tulungan sila. Dahil ang may kakayanan po na magbalangkas ng mga ebidensya na naiipon at impormasyon ay ang mga na atin pong mga kasalukuyang mga taga-usig. So ito po yung magkabilang tulungan po na amin pong binibigay para sa ICI.
Sir,
Yeah, yes, go ahead, Senator.
akala ko ba ang ICI is an independent body? Pagka independent, gagawin niya sa sarili niya, di ba? Tama.
Opo, ang ano po is yung
Teka
pagtulong.
muna,
Opo,
sumagot ka lang.
opo, Senator.
Independent, di ba?
Opo.
Ba't kinakailangan siyang humingi ng tulong sa mga fiscal ninyo, prosecutors? That is not being independent.
Okay.
Tama?
We submit to your wisdom, Your Honor.
Of course. Kasi nga, tingnan mo yung creation niya. It should be an sa pangalan pa lang, independent, ano na yun, Che? ICI. Independent Commission on Infrastructure. Pag binasa mo yung kanyang mga powers, di ba, this is something that also the senators will, one way or the other, discuss probably in the course of time. Sabi niya, upon request, it can obtain information from the House of Representatives, the Senate, the courts, the Ombudsman, and other authorities. So paano yun? Bakit ka independent? And dami mo namang nagre-request ka kung kani-kanino. Eh. Can the Senate refuse? For example, in observance of the separation of powers. Halimbawa, nag-request siya, address to the Senate President. Wala pa kaming choice. Because there are institutional boundaries. We need to exercise the system of checks and balances. So sasabihin niya, independent commission on infrastructure. Paano kang independent eh? Ang dami mong kinakasangkapan, hingi ka ng hingi. You should obtain the information by yourself, all alone. Yun ang independent. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Senator Merck.
You're familiar with the now famous statement, sometimes you have to bend the law to please our people. You're familiar with that?
Not so familiar with that, Your Honor.
How come you're not familiar with that? May I refresh your memory?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
We were talking about, this issue of prostitution and blah, blah, blah. Hanggang dumating yung isang point where one of us made a suggestion. Sometimes we have to bend the law in order to please the people. And he asked the former Secretary of Justice for affirmation. Am I correct, Mr. Secretary? And the Secretary said, yes, sir. You agree with the affirmation of the Secretary of Justice?
I do not agree.
Thank you.
I do not agree. Because basically, in implementing the law, there are positions you can take. But bending the law is not one of them, Your Honor.
Buti na lang ganyan ang sinagot mo. Kasi sa ibang mga interview, sinasabi niya, bending the law is okay, basta wag lang breaking the law. How can you accept that kind of statement? You cannot bend the law. No one is above the law, sabi pa nga natin. And the overarching principle in the promulgation of our Constitution is upholding the rule of law. No one should bend the law. Not even in imagination. Mahirap po yun eh. Kasi kung sinabi mong you agree, ang dami po kasi nagte-text sa akin, Yusek Andres. Ganyan pa lang ginagawa sa mga taxes na binabayad namin. Mga buwis namin eh. Hirap na hirap kami, mga halos dugo, pawis. Minsan may kahalo pang sipon eh. Makapagbayad lang kami ng tamang buwis sa ating pamahalaan bilang mga patriotic na citizens. Pwede mo ba, sir? Sabi nila sa akin. Ilaban mo naman kami, yung 2026, wag na muna kami magbayad ng tax. Because somebody said, sometimes we can bend the law to please the people. I may be able to please them, Secretary. Kasi yun ang text nila eh. Can I say yes to them? Can I?
You
Thank you. Ito pong Secretary, yung pagkaka-transport ng dating Pangulo ng Republika sa The Hague. Ang pagkakaalam ko po kasi, maraming pronouncement ang ating Pangulo. Yung iba na-memorize ko pa nga po eh. We will not assist the ICC in any way, in any form. From now on, I ask my secretaries to do the same. I mean, something like that. Pero nangyari, kabaligtaran, Secretary, di ba? The former Secretary of Justice explained that, well, those pronouncements are not cast in stone. Ito na naman eh. Ito yung parang ephemeral lang nangyayari. Parang the government official's decision, sabi niya, sometimes can be changed at times. What do you think are the factors that necessitated a change of mind? Like from not assisting the IEC in any manner, in any way, in any form, he was just transported there. Now languishing in the detention center on the other side of the planet. What do you think are the factors used by the DOJ?
First, Your Honor, if I'm not familiar to the particular circumstances that the secretary, the particular facts that which made the secretary made the actions
Who is
before.
familiar? Who is familiar from
And
among
second,
you?
Your Honor, if I also may state, the matter is pending now with the matter before the Supreme Court. So the position, the legal position on the actions of the former Secretary of Justice has been elucidated with the court. But for the Department of Justice, it's Chief Dennis Chan who made the argument and presented the position of the DOJ in this regard, Your Honor.
My question is, what are the factors that necessitated a change of mind from not helping the ICC in any way, in any form, which is a policy matter, with the reverse that happened?
I'm not privy to that, Your Honor.
Who is privy? Kasi parang,
Your Honor, it may be the former secretary, now the ombudsman.
oh, wala na siya
Overprivy.
sa DOJ, nasa ombudsman na siya. Alam nga namang
Yes.
ipatawag natin siya rito.
Yes, Your Honor.
What happens now to the principle of continuity? Well, people might say and suspect that, even policy matters can be changed by mere whims or caprices, which are not probably based on sound legal basis. You are familiar with Republic Act 9851. This is our Philippine Act on crimes against international humanitarian law, genocide, and other crimes against humanity.
Not so familiar with that. 9851, Your Honor.
Kasi, Secretary, under that law, ang jurisdiction po ng mga tao na nagkasala under this law, under Section 17 of that law, the state shall exercise jurisdiction over persons, whether military or civilian, suspected or accused of a crime defined and penalized under the Act, regardless of where the crime is committed, provided any of the following conditions is met. The accused is a Filipino citizen. The accused, regardless of citizenship or residence, is present in the Philippines, or the accused has committed the said crime against a Filipino citizen. So if these are the assumptions in the law, ang Pilipinas ay may jurisdiction. And under Section 18, the Philippine courts, prosecution, and investigators, the regional trial courts of the Philippines, shall have original and exclusive jurisdiction over the crimes punishable under this Act. Ngayon po, if we consider the applicability of this law, bakit po na-transport yung dating Pangulo natin at hindi natin nilitis sa sarili po nating jurisdiction?
If with permission of the Honorable, may I refer to the Chief Dennis Chan?
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, Senator Marcoleta and Senator Gatchalian. You are correct, Your Honor, that Section 17 on jurisdiction provides for the state exercising jurisdiction over persons suspected or accused of committing a crime penalized under RA 9851. The second paragraph of Section 17, Your Honors, does mention that in the interest of justice, the relevant Philippine authorities may dispense with the investigation or prosecution of a crime if another court or international tribunal is already conducting the investigation or undertaking the prosecution of such crime. Instead, the authorities may surrender or extradite suspected or accused persons in the Philippines to the appropriate international court, if any, or to another state pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties. Your Honor, I believe this was the justification relied upon by the former Secretary of Justice in the action leading to the transfer of the former President, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, they are referring to the second paragraph of Section 17 of 9851. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Prosecutor, I noted that, but I think the colatilla is very, very clear. Pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties. This is absent. So how can you invoke this? Wala na tayong treaty. We have just withdrawn from the Rome Statute. So this cannot be applied. Is that correct?
Your Honor, the way we interpreted that second sentence of instead the authorities may surrender or extradite, we see there two different actions to be taken by the state. It's either to surrender or to extradite, and then if it is to extradite, then it must be pursuant to an applicable extradition law or treaty. So the action taken, Your Honor, was surrender and not extradition.
No, pero ang sinasabi niya, pareho sila eh. Yung dalawang conditions na yun will be cut under this pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties. Wala tayong extradition law, wala na tayong treaty because we just withdrawn from the Rome Statute. Hindi mo pwedeng gamitin ito. Kaya dapat yung mag-a-apply is 9851. This is our own law. Okay lang naman dito eh. Can we not prosecute the former president kung talagang meron siyang kasalanan? Our National Prosecution Service, the judiciary, I think, is or are operating, and they're willing, they're competent enough to prosecute, adjudicate, and proceed with the trial. Hindi ba?
Your Honor, with all apologies, I am not able to answer the question as to whether we can prosecute. I am just merely stating that the action of the former Secretary of Justice for the transfer of the former President to the ICC was premised on Section 17, RA 9851, under the second paragraph.
Yes, but what I'm saying is you cannot use this one because of the absence of an extradition law and treaty. That is the point here.
And Your Honor, that is the subject matter or among one of the issues that we raised or that is being discussed in the Supreme Court petitions that were filed.
Pero nangyari na kasi, dinala nyo na siya doon eh, under the false claim na pwede nyong gawin because of this. But you did not complete the whole statement. Kung kinonsider nyo yung pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties, hindi dapat nangyari yun eh. So ngayon, kung halimbawa nag-argue kayo sa Supreme Court, nangyari na yun, ando na yung mama, di ba?
Your Honor, if I may also explain, I have no knowledge or participation whatsoever in the events that
Hindi, okay naman yun. Kaya tinuro ka kasi ni...
Yes, Your Honor, to explain the legal justification or premise on which
Yeah, but the
former-
legal justification is wrong.
We submit, Your Honor, although that is already pending before the Supreme Court, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Chair, salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Marcoleta, for those interventions. Secretary, babalik lang ako doon sa yung tanong kong the roles between ICI. Meron bang duplication between ICI and DOJ? Both are fact-finding, both are case building. Meron bang duplication, and how do we differentiate the two roles or the two bodies?
May PG Dong would answer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. There would be no duplication, sir, because in the investigations which are conducted by the Department of Justice, no, with the assistance of the NBI, during the meetings that we have, members of or representatives from the ICI are also present. And we supply them and we furnish them copies of whatever the results are of the investigation, just to make sure that ICI is also informed of the actions being taken by the Department of Justice. And as much as possible, any filings, for example, that we did with the Office of the Ombudsman is also furnished the ICI, just so to make sure that we're not investigating the same cases. Now, as far as the Department of Justice is concerned, we can proceed already with our own investigation depending on the evidence that is submitted to us or gathered by the National Bureau of Investigation. So on our own, we can already, through the assistance of the NBI, make recommendations for cases which may be filed already for preliminary investigation. Now, as far as the ICI is concerned, my understanding, sir, is that they are fact-finding, and whatever the results of their fact-finding investigation would be is the one which will be forwarded to the Office of the Ombudsman or the Department of Justice, as the case may be.
The ICI now in full blast. Is the DOJ still investigating flood control projects through your task force?
Yes, sir. We still are conducting investigations, like I said, with the assistance of the National Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And yun ang ano ko, yun yung instinct ko, baka magkaroon ng duplication, baka you might be investigating the same personalities and filing the same cases to the ombudsman. And of course, ayaw natin magkaroon ng conflict between the two investigations. That's also another aspect that we are also looking at here in the Senate through the Blue Ribbon Committee. No? We're very mindful of that, no? Na hindi magkaroon ng duplication or conflict. But in your case, since may dalawang body na, there's a danger na magkaroon ng conflict through duplication or looking at the same personalities but different lenses.
Like I said, like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, the department also, with the task forces that are tasked to conduct investigations into the flood control projects, work with representatives from the ICI. So they are present also in the meetings that we would have with the National Bureau of Investigation. So they are informed real time as to the investigations that we are doing. And in addition to that, whatever the results are of our investigation is furnished the ICI, just so that there will be no duplication in the investigations that will be conducted.
The primary jurisdiction on investigating a particular, let's say, personality or particular, kasi ang dami, no? We're talking about if the information yesterday is accurate, there are about 421 ghost projects all over the country investigated by the Department of Public Works through different agencies. No? Merong AFP, merong iba-ibang grupo na ginamit sila. So, in each of those 421 is a case itself. Tama? No?
Share.
Diba? So, how do you delineate the line kung ito iniimbestigahan na ng ICI, dapat hindi na namin imbestigahan to, o itong personality kausap na nila? How do you now delineate or divide the line between the two?
Mr. Chair, even the Department of Public Works and Highways, which is the agency which has a lot of investigations to be conducted on, we also coordinate with them, no? And in fact, we even secure documents from them, try to get and gather evidence that will be used in the cases that we build up. Now, we are aware of the investigations being conducted by the Department of Public Works and Highways, and that is also the reason why when we sit down and meet with our counterparts from the National Bureau of Investigation, the DPWH representatives are also there, just so that we are aware of the investigations that they are conducting or looking into, the personalities who are involved. And we compare our notes and exchange notes. In fact, we get some help from them, and they also secure some documents from us, just to make sure that we're not tackling the same case which is being investigated by both agencies, Your Honor.
Manner, I heard you earlier na merong tao ang ICI sa DOJ. Doon sa, I would assume doon sa task force nyo. Just to make sure that they're in the loop on real time.
They are not assigned with the Department of Justice, but they do attend, and we notify and inform them every time there's a meeting of the task force of the Department of Justice and the National Bureau of Investigation. Yusek Andres would be able to expound on it, sir.
Yeah, in the same manner, DOJ also has a representative in the ICI to know which items are they investigating, which personalities are they looking at.
Earlier, sir, Secretary Vida mentioned that we have also prior coordination with the ICI, as in fact, ICI has also requested for assistance from the department to have our prosecutors help out in the technical working groups. The purpose of which is also for us to have access and knowledge of the investigations which are being conducted, the witnesses who are being interviewed, to see if they can also be of help in the cases that are being developed by the Department of Justice. Sir.
So go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, just to put some context on the matter, even prior to the constitution of the ICI, because this is our main mandate under the DOJ, and we tasked the National Bureau of Investigation to do the initial investigations, we already directed all our regional directors of the NBI to conduct investigation on their respective areas. So even before the ICI was constituted, we already had some groundwork. That's why we were able to file 5 cases immediately with the Ombudsman, referring to 5 cases in Bulacan, because we did this. Now, when the ICI commenced its investigation, and we gathered that they have already determined, with the help of the AFP and the police officers, the PNP, that there are 421 ghost projects, and they have identified the exact places and the contracts covering this. We likewise disseminated the 421 to the projects, to the regional offices of NBI to do follow-up work with the DPWH. So even before the ICI was constituted, our office already took the initiative to do the investigation because we believe it's our primary mandate. And even the meetings with the DPWH were already conducted to understand the work process and document approval flow, so that this will be the basis of the malversation cases, anti-graft cases. And we have practically completed it. And if I may actually explain the challenge that we are having presently, it's actually access to the whistleblowers. Because they are in detention because of the contempt charges, we are not given ready access, and we have to coordinate. It would be most helpful for the DOJ to complete its investigation if the witness protection program already admits them as protected witnesses, and we can have direct access to them at any given time, and they will have access to their own documents and people that they need to talk to complete the investigation. So we are hoping that when we process the documents of the possible whistleblowers who can be admitted formally, because they are just now provisionally accepted, the custody would be allowed to the WPP, and that would enhance the case build-up process.
So to date, ilan ang na-file na cases pertaining to the flood control? Ilan ang na-file
with the Ombudsman? I think there are 5.
There are 5
Okay. And these are all
ghost projects.
the ones
Ghost
in Bulacan. All 5 are the ones
That's correct.
pertaining to
That's correct,
Bulacan.
sir.
Okay. And then are you still investigating the others that came out?
Yes.
Yung 421 and yung 421, goes lang yun. Iba pa yung substandard.
Yes.
Na may mga
We
substandard.
have a steady stream of completed investigations that we are now filing before the Ombudsman for the conduct of preliminary investigation.
Oo.
And the Ombudsman may choose to refer the preliminary investigation to the DOJ as consistent with the memorandum of agreement mentioned by OIC Bida.
Are you also investigating, yung sinabi nga kanina ni Senator Marcoleta, yung mga politicians involved? Is that part of your
Yes, Your Honor,
investigation?
we are following through on the leads given by the whistleblowers, the congressmen involved, and even some senators involved. And we are pursuing the case, but we are very circumspect about this. We already filed through the assistance of the AMLC freeze orders for those we believe should already be prosecuted in court. And we have secured 6 freeze orders already. That includes the officials of DBWH, some of the contractors, and some of those involved in the kickback mechanism.
Because that's an observation of mine is yung ICI, marami silang pinapatawag ng mga politicians, pinapatawag ng mga elected officials. I think yung kanilang angulo is more on the source of the funds. No? I think that is their angle. Based on my observation, this is purely based on my observation. Is that the difference between where DOJ is pursuing and between the ICI is pursuing in terms of angles?
I believe the latitude of ICI is wider. But for us, we do it systematically. We go to the process first. We understand the deviations of the process committed by the DPWH officials, and then this will lead to testimonies of possible proponents who intervened, why projects are allocated budget and ghost projects were implemented. And then only from there, we will conduct financial investigations. This is something that we have to do systematically because once these individuals, the TBWH contracts are investigated, the names will now be subjected to financial investigation. And when there is a financial trail establishing links to the possible proponents, then we move ahead to the next steps.
And you said earlier that tuloy-tuloy yung investigation yung
Yes, Your Honor.
So I just want to understand, no? I'm sure a lot of the public wants to understand, saan ba yung line between the ICI and DOJ? No, that's the point I'm trying to make because the ICI, like you said, has a wider latitude. In fact, based on the media reports, they also interview politicians. They also get information from elected officials. So it seems to me that their scope is wider to include the source of the fund, no? Allegedly. No? So that's I'm trying to understand
Yeah,
where's
but-
the delineation in this case because we also want to make sure that there's efficiency, in terms of pursuing these cases.
Yeah,
No?
as earlier explained, the ICI representative sits in at times to observe what we are doing. And we just try to avoid duplication so that we make more efficient use of resources.
And also conflict.
Obviously,
I think
yes,
the
yes,
conflict
yes, Your
will
Honor.
not be fruitful for government. The conflict will be, in fact, beneficial to those who committed the crimes kasi conflict creates confusion as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right. So let's leave it at that. No, I just want to make sure that there's that the coordination and the delineation is very clear between these two bodies, which are very important in these times. No? Senator Marcoleta.
Thank you, Chair. Prosecutor, sabi mo kanina meron kayong na-identify na 421 ghost flood control projects.
It's not us who identified it, Mr. Chair. It's the Department of Public Works and Highways. It was-
421.
Sila po ang nag-identify, hindi po ang Department of Justice.
And,
Or with the help of the ICI po.
no, what I'm saying is, were you able to confirm that number na 421 talaga?
No,
of
sir.
course, they can always identify how much or how many. Pero na-confirm po ba ninyo?
Hindi pa po namin confirm kasi what we're doing is we're having that information validated, but the numbers can even increase, sir.
Kasi po, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, there are about 10,000 flood control projects. So, kung 421 ang sinasabi nila, could be less, could be more.
That is correct, sir.
Ang importante, tama naman po yung medyo naguguluhan kami kasi paano yung delineation nga naman, yung isa nagpapaka-independent, pero they rely most on your prosecutors also and some of your agents. At baka nga naman pag walang proper delineation, at saka kung nagkaroon ng conflict, sino po yung, kunyari, yung findings po ninyo, mangyayari yun eh. There could be conflict in outcome. Sino magpiprevail? Kayo po o yung ICI?
Hindi, it would be the Office of the Ombudsman, sir. Sir, may I make a clarification po dun sa tanong po ninyo?
Hindi kasi bago nyo ibigay sa ombudsman, di ba kayong dalawa, sabi nyo, nagkakaroon kayo ng coordination eh. So,
Yes, sir.
how can it be coordination kung independent dapat sila? Yun ang punto eh. They should be independent no matter what. Kayo sana ay maaring tumutulong kayo in another capacity but in a manner that they can still maintain their independence. Hindi ganun ang nakikita namin eh. Baka nga ang mangyayari, conflict pa nga and then duplication or even conflict. Yun po yung sinasabi ni Chairman. And pwede ba kayong mag-file kaagad diretso sa korte bypassing the Ombudsman?
It would appear that we could, sir, because there is a memorandum of agreement which allows us to handle, investigate cases involving individuals, salary grade below 27.
It's a memorandum of agreement between the OJ and the Ombudsman?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Okay. Kailan po nangyari yun? Anong date yun?
2012 po.
2012?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yusek Andres, ano ba yun? Sabi nyo kanina, yung ibang nagawa nyo na naka-freeze kayo ng assets ng mga politicians. Sino-sino na pong mga politicians ang na-freeze ang assets?
I can give you the names, Your Honor, privately, but the majority of those subject of the freeze orders are
Bakit
not.
privately? Can you not divulge them?
I do not have right now
Okay.
copies of that. And if I may clarify, I think the freeze orders have not touched politicians. I mean government officials like DPWH officials
So sa-
are already part of the freeze orders.
Sa social media kasi nakikita namin may mga politicians na
Wala pa po.
na-freeze.
Wala pa po.
Wala talaga.
Government officials, meaning DPWH officials, yes.
O,
But
teka muna.
elected officials,
Yun
I
ang
do not-
sinasabi kong mga sapsap at saka butete lang eh.
We have to be systematic
Ang palagi
about
kong sinasabi, we should get to the bottom of this. Yung mastermind, yung pinakamalaking isda, yun ang dapat nating
We are
makuha.
being systematic and circumspect about this, Your Honor, but we are leading to that.
You're very optimistic, ha?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Pero tama nga, kailangan sabihin mo kay OIC Secretary na alisin na yung restitution na yun. Tama nga na. Nakita mo, naghihirap siya sapagkat ayaw ninyong ilagay sa witness protection. Magagamit niya pala eh. It will expedite his job eh.
Yes.
And last na lang, sir. Yun pong OGCC. Sir, meron po kasing ang dami po nagtatanong sa akin about the joint ventures entered by certain private enterprises with the water districts. Siguro po yung mapunta sa akin, may 8 na po siguro and counting, you know. In Paniki, Tarlac, meron po akong personal knowledge dyan because I'm a resident of Paniki, Tarlac. So in one of their task force meeting, nag-attend po ako not as a member of the House of Representatives then, but as a resident of a barangay in Paniki, Tarlac. Napagkayarian po na nag-request po yata yung task force na bigyan yung task force ng copy ng joint venture agreement. Hindi po nagbigay yung private enterprise. Ang tanging ginawa po nila at nakita ko sa report ay sinulatan ng Water District, Paniki Water District, ang opisina ninyo at saka yung opisina ng LUA. But they avoided, I don't know if that was deliberate. Can they refuse, meaning to say the Water District or even the private enterprise refuse the request for a copy of joint venture agreement?
I think the joint venture agreement has a confidentiality clause, Your Honor. But we have expressed an opinion in the OGCC that that confidentiality clause cannot prevail over the provision of the law that allows public access, Your Honor, to the joint venture agreement.
That position paper,
We can,
sir, was made,
it's an opinion that we provided.
was it made public for the joint venture parties to know na meron pala kayong ginawang
No, it's a opinion that we provided a water district, Your Honor.
the water districts were provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, pwedeng makakuha ng kopya ng opinion na yun at one time or another kung
Yes.
meron po kayo. Kung maski na kung may kopya kayo o pwedeng
We'll send a copy.
salamat po. Mr. Chair, salamat.
Yusek Andres, na sabi niyo lang kanina na one of the bottlenecks yung mga whistleblowers, no, na I think they're held in contempt here. Well, ang Senate naman has been very cooperative, no. In fact, mabilis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any request from any agencies to pursue justice, fact-finding, ang Senate is ready to cooperate, no. So I hope that this is not.
Yes, I wanted to acknowledge the support of the Senate in allowing us access to the witnesses whenever we request. But again, they have limited opportunity because they are only allowed to go to NBI or to the DOJ for the fact-finding. But they are claiming that we need to go to this place to get documents, we need to go to our homes to get these documents, we need to talk to some people to strengthen our position, but we cannot do that. That's why we are formally, we will soon file something formally that once we have accepted all of these whistleblowers as protected witnesses, without according them state witness status, we be allowed to be responsible for their protection in our safe houses so that we can
well, as long as
more
those
expeditiously.
whistleblowers can substantiate their claim and they can prove that going to their homes or to offices in order for them to substantiate their testimonies, then I think the Senate will cooperate, no, in order to pursue the truth and gather evidence.
We are in the midst of an in-depth investigation, and I am very confident that this will bear fruit. In fact, some of the whistleblowers have already surrendered. You cannot imagine their own CPs, their own cell phones for forensic investigation.
Yeah. And just to put this topic, just to go to the next topic before we end, ang importante ngayon, bilis Secretary. No? I think the public is growing really impatient to the investigation. Nag-investigate kami dito, nag-investigate kayo, nag-investigate ICI, House nag-investigate, but wala pang nakukulong. No? Let alone, rinig ko kanina, wala rin na-freeze na assets ng mga politicians. So, the public is growing impatient. No? So we need to really do something meaningful and drastic. Hindi lang yung sinasabi nga, borrowing the words of Senator Marcoleta, yung mga sapsap at ano isa? Botete.
We can only go to the higher level, Mr. Chairman, with the assistance of the whistleblowers.
Because ang tao rin, alam nila kung sino sapsap, sino botete.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alam rin nila yan. We cannot we cannot underestimate the public. They know.
Mr. Chair, ulitin mo nga yung sinabi mo, Yusek, para marinig ni...
Heard loud and
Meron
clear,
ka sinabi
Your
kanina
Honor.
eh.
Yes.
We can only do this, kamo.
We can only do this with the support of the whistleblowers.
Kita mo na.
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
completely agree.
Oh.
Thank you, Senator Marcoleta. I'll go to the budget proper. I think this is the topic of the day. I saw earlier in the presentation ni ASEC Jermar that there are about 22,000 cases, pending cases within the 120 days, and beyond the 120 days is about 3,744 cases. No? So in other words, in the total number of cases, only 6% remains pending, and out of that 6%, only 14% is beyond 120 days.
Yes,
no?
yes, Your Honor.
So this is actually a commendable statistics kasi with 400,000 cases. Talagang challenging, no? But I also note that and how many cases are being handled by one prosecutor? Nasabi ko kanina kay Senator Marcoleta na one of the services ng DOJ na nafi-feel ng tao on the ground is through the prosecutors,
Yes.
di ba? Kasi kung may kaso, pumupunta yan kaagad sa piskal, at yan talaga yung matatawag nating grassroots, no, services ng DOJ. No, so I want to understand ilan ang per prosecutor, ilang case ang hinahawakan ng ating mga prosecutors?
Your Honor, we have 248 offices, prosecutorial offices nationwide. There are provincial prosecution offices in the 82 provinces and 149 city prosecution offices nationwide. So basically, we have 3,000 prosecutors. We were thankful for the Office of the President, which released the other day the appointments of 166 new prosecutors. Basically, we out of the 166, 104 refers to promotions, and the 62 were new prosecutors. And hopefully, the DBM also committed to release new NOSCA positions, plantilla positions, so that new positions are being created so that the DOJ will be able to achieve its ideal number of 3,800 prosecutors. Currently, we only have a plantilla position of 3,046. So based on the mandates of the NPS law, Your Honor, RA 10071, there would be 2 prosecutors assigned per RTC. That's for the trial prosecution, Your Honor. But for the cases referred to, the 400 plus thousand, that refers to the preliminary investigation cases. So this is prior to the filing of the cases. But once we file the appropriate information, once we find there's a reasonable certainty to convict a particular accused, then particular prosecutors are assigned particular courts, and wherein they have various caseloads. But on the average, Your Honor, caseload for 2023 was 167 per each prosecutor. For 2024, this is slightly improved to 161. Based on this load, they have resolution for 2023, they were able to resolve 157 per prosecutor, and for 2024, 152 per prosecutor, Your Honor.
So So, one prosecutor handles about 167 cases. Tama?
Yes. Per year.
Is that the
These are the PI cases, Your
yeah, the PI cases? Just to put it simply, is that the ideal number of cases being handled by one prosecutor? Di ba marami siya? No? I mean, I'm
Marami.
sure mga lawyers, they can only handle so much, no? So that's one observation that
Yes, yes.
I saw. And also in the data that we saw, I think this is the DOJ annual report, there's 520 unfilled positions, prosecutors and prosecution attorneys, no? So that's about 16% of your total authorized position. So my point I'm trying to make is marami silang hinahawakan, no? 167 per prosecutor, and yet there's 520 unfilled positions, no, for prosecutors. And I heard you earlier that in fact the number is bigger, no? 800, I think, is the unfilled. Is that
No, 3,800 plus would be the ideal number.
okay?
Okay, what we have now is 3,046.
46. But in the authorized versus unfilled,
Yes.
there's about 520.
500, yes. Yes, please to understand this is multifactorial, Your Honor. One of which is our prosecutors, other than the prosecution attorneys, our prosecutor 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all presidential appointees. So the process to get them appointed takes longer, Your Honor.
Does it take to appoint from vacancy to appointment, typically?
Typically now it's down. The last one we had was March 2025. It was released the other day, so 6 months, Your Honor. This has improved a lot, Your Honor. Way back in 2023, we had a period waiting time of 2 years. So we have reduced it for the 3 series of appointments, 3 batches, Your Honor. It has really dwindled to 6 to 8 months, Your Honor.
Okay, and so meron tayong 520, and now that the lead time to appoint has dwindled down to 6 months, when do we see a at least naman 80 to 90% ma-fill natin itong unfilled positions? When do you see that happening? Can we see that this coming?
With this pattern, Your Honor, after the first quarter next year, kasi per information, the DBM will release to us 400 new plantilla positions. We will be able to process it, and hopefully by year end or immediately after the opening of the next year, we are able already to forward it to the Office of the President. Hopefully by the first quarter next year, it will be felt already in our field offices with the additional 400 prosecutorial positions created.
Okay, so hopefully by first quarter of next year, we'll have 400 new prosecutors,
Yes,
no,
sir.
out of the 520 available.
Yes, yes.
No, and tuloy-tuloy na siya.
Tuloy-tuloy
Like I
na.
said, no, itong prosecutors are ito yung grassroots operation ng
Yes.
DOJ, no? So nafi-feel
Yes, opo.
talaga ito ng tao. Nafi-feel nila kung matagal, nafi-feel rin nila kung mabilis.
Yes.
No, kanigaya sinabi ni Congressman Marcoleta, it has to be felt by even our ordinary constituents.
And yes, Your Honor, and to highlight, Your Honor, there are other duties of our prosecutors in the field. They also sit in special bodies in local, before the LGUs. They help out the particular LGUs in their particular areas of jurisdiction. So it's not just prosecutorial work, but also helping out. Of course, sitting in the electoral board, sitting in the local development councils, peace and order. These are also with the these are work of our prosecutors in the field, Your Honors.
What's the ideal number of prosecutors for the country in order to achieve a reasonable number of cases per prosecutor? Ngayon, meron tayong 3,190.
Yeah, we follow the Republic Act 10071, which would provide for purposes of the ratio of 2 prosecutors per regional trial court and 1 prosecutor per municipal trial court. So with that policy laid down in the law, we subscribe. So long as all these positions are created and we are able to recruit the appropriate lawyers who would become prosecutors, Your Honors, we submit that that would be a number that we can work with.
But what is that
3,800.
number?
3,800.
3,800. So yun in target natin
Yes.
under RA
RA 10071.
10071.
Ang maganda po, Your Honor, dun sa batas na yon, once new courts are created, it triggers also creation of new prosecutorial positions. Yun po yung maganda dun sa batas na yan. We just submit to the DBM our particular request. Once a particular court is organized, it will already trigger the DOJ's request for creation of prosecutorial positions.
Thank you for that. I'll jump to another item in your budget, and this is on confidential expenses. I noticed that it went down from 1.5 billion to 364 million. And again, is there one agency that I think, personally, in my analysis, should have confidential expenses? It should be the enforcers, to include the DOJ, because obviously, narinig natin kanina, you gather evidence, you gather facts. This is in line with your mandate of coming out with solid case to file against erring individuals. No? So, but in your budget, it went down by almost 76%.
Yes.
No? Any particular reason for that, Secretary? Again, ang context natin dito, ang dami nangyayaring mga corruption,
Yes.
dami nangyayaring
Yes.
ano. So anong dahilan kung bakit binabaan nyo? And I of course, confidential expenses, as we have to keep it reasonable, no?
Yes.
As much as possible. But there are agencies talagang indispensable yan, like PNP, NBI, DOJ. So I just want to understand bakit siya bumaba, and will this affect what you are doing, no? Now and in the next few months?
Yes, the reality, Your Honors, of course, more resources would be better for us. But we submit to the wisdom of the Department of Budget. We made our proposals to them, and basically this is what's available for us. And given our mandate, we will make do what basically would be the final decision of Your Honors.
What was the original request?
But the jump, Your Honor, if you look at the historical, there's a jump for 2025 because this is a congressional initiative, a particular 1.1B, which is, I believe, already the purpose of those confidential activities have already passed. So we're restored back to our original levels. So if you look at comparing 2025, 2026, there's a drop, but basically 2026 would be at the same level at 23, 24.
Okay, so the 1.1B was a congressional initiative. No? Was the 1.1 used in 2025?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nagamit the whole 2020, hindi pa tayo na-end ng 2025.
Not yet,
no?
but
Pero based on your
based on the program, the first 3 quarters have been.
nagagamit
Yes,
naman.
yes,
Okay, all right. Is there any intention of requesting to request to increase?
We have a request, in particular for the Witness Protection Program, Your Honor.
For confidential expenses.
For confidential
okay,
expenses.
for under the Witness
Protection Program.
Okay, all right.
Not under the Office of the Secretary, but under the Witness Protection.
Protection.
In view of what's
happening right
yes,
now?
Your Honor.
Oo nga, kanina na-raise ni Senator Marcoleta. No? So, sige, we'll wait for the official request.
Yes, we will,
in line
Your
with
Honor.
that.
Thank you.
There's another program or another item in the DOJ budget that's very close to my advocacy, and this is on AYACAT. This is on human trafficking. No, it received a budget of 69 million, and over the years, the budget for AYACAT has fluctuated. No? But this is a very important, for me, one of the most important enforcement duties of the DOJ, considering that we have very porous borders. Marami pa rin tayong mga human trafficking cases, especially in the South. So itong request ninyo na 69, will this be enough in order to curb human trafficking in our country? And itutuloy ko na, no? You also have another, may budget rin kayo on the National Coordination Center Against Online Child Sexual Abuse and or Exploitation of Children and Anti-Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Materials of 28 million. No? Recently, marami akong nakikita on media na huhuling yung mga nang-aabuso ng mga minor, yung iba nagbebenta ng mga sexual materials, dami ako nakikita, no? And I congratulate our enforcers for doing a very important job. Pero in the budget now, it's only 28 million. No? Sa human trafficking, it's only 69 million. Will this be enough considering nga na dami tayong mga ganitong cases na huhuli?
Not enough, Your Honors. That's why we ask in the final data on the HGAB, they have properly, the House has considered our request. And if the Senate would confirm what was added in the HGAB, pursue, in addition to the original NEP figures, we will be able to pursue the mandate.
Yeah, I haven't
These two
seen the
programs.
HGAP on a detailed manner, but how much do you think you will need for human trafficking and also for ASAIC?
Hindi, yung iyakat.
Sa IACAT, sir, 49 ang kinonsider.
And I will support you. Ito, importante
Yes.
talaga ito. No? And,
Yes, for our iyakat, under the HGAB, they considered additional 49.9 million. And for the OSA,
Sa
40.20.
42.5.
And for the OSAIC-OSAM, Your Honor, it's 42.5 million. And going back to a figure which we would like to have additional also is from the for the WPP, for our witness protection, we're asking for a total of additional 192 million, Your Honor.
and what's the LDL budget for human trafficking and OSAIC? Is this the additional amount? Is the one that you
Yeah. Basically,
that
We're also checking on our ability to absorb.
yes, yun yung isang
Yeah,
next ko.
that's
Baka
why. This
panglagay naman
budget-
tayo pero mahirapan
Yes,
naman
Your Honor.
gastusin, no?
We can utilize this so that we pursue our mandates according to our absorptive capacity.
Okay. If there's any additional requests, just let us know. Again, this is an advocacy very close to my heart,
Yes, sir.
considering that we always fight for our children, our youth. Itong human trafficking tsaka OSAIC, ang kanilang target mga kabataan ngayon eh. No? So nakakapanlumo pag makikita natin yung mga ginagawa sa mga kabataan natin. So I want to make sure that we have ample support to our enforcers, to the task force and to the coordinating center. No? So let us know if you will require additional resources.
Yes, we will submit the appropriate request, Your Honor.
Secretary, I saw in a COA report, no, and this is something that I want to bring to your attention. May mga unremitted balance, BIR, GSIS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth. To the BIR, it's 2.4 million. To GSIS is 47 million. Pag-ibig, 2 million. PhilHealth, 6 million. Of course, these are all employee benefits.
Yes,
No?
yes.
Due to first of all, sila nagbayad
Yes,
dito.
yes.
And it will be difficult for them to receive their benefits if you don't remit
Yes.
on time. So I saw this in a COA report.
Yes, Your Honor. This basically refers those withheld within the month, then to be remitted in the following month. These figures, we're reconciling it, this would probably be referred to those end of the year. Those withheld for the month of December, but to be remitted by January. But the Land Bank is now offering a system now. We're working with them wherein there will be automatic crediting. The funds withheld by the department would be particularly credited because due dates would basically be 5th day of the month after. So January 5 or January 10. For all these remittances, for these particular withheld amounts, it would not be reflected for the close of the year. But this part definitely we can reconcile that with these particular instances, Your Honor. But with the system that we're working with the Land Bank now, they told us that there will be real-time crediting so that there will be no gap. No? The issue here would be yung withheld, then remitted the month after.
Well, I just want to flag the department on this matter. Important kasi sa tao ito no? And hindi maganda na nagde-detect tayo sa tao tapos hindi natin nare-remit. This came out in a COA report, and it's important that we fulfill our our duties in remitting the deductions
Yes.
from from the salaries of our people. Yeah.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll jump to Bureau of Corrections. Meron lang ako nakita dito sa Bureau of Corrections na I also took note of the comments ni Yusek Address kanina on jail congestion, but I saw in let me just pull out dito ba yung congestion rate natin for Carla, can you flash that? Although it has improved, nasaan si Bureau of Corrections? Sir, General, nag-improve siya. I'll flash ko lang sa screen. No? Yan, ito yung congestion rate natin. When I say congestion rate, yung over the capacity, no? So we're close to about 300%, so 3 times over the capacity. If you look at the entire system natin, halos lahat over the capacity na ngayon, no? How do we keep up with this, General? Medyo, like for example, if you look at itong sa Iwahig, 600%. Sa Davao Prison and Penal Farm, about 612%. So, meron pa bang hinihigaan yung mga tao doon pag ganyan?
With the permission of our OIC. These figures are per our assessment of the construction of facilities, Mr. Chair. But what we're doing now, just to bring this down, is to repair all our existing facilities and extending our dormitories. So we will continue to decrease this data, but
Bumaba naman siya from 2023, 332%. 2024 is 248%. In 2025, 248. So bumaba naman siya. Kaso lang, para sa akin, parang hindi na makatao yung levels nito. No? Kasi at 600, how do you...
Yes, Mr. Chair, because 50 years po napabayaan yung Bucor eh. Ang huling kulungan na pinagawa, 1973. Tatay pa ni BBM yung huling napagawa na kulungan. That is in Leyte.
Ito yung Leyte Regional Prison.
Opo. After that, wala na pong pinagawang kulungan. Ngayon na lang tayo nagpapagawa. That's why ang congestion rate natin umabot na hanggang 500 po eh. Nung bago ako dumating.
Pero ngayon nahati nyo into half
Napapababa na po natin.
Oo.
Kaya ang ginagawa natin, because hindi nga makapagbigay ng malaking capital outlay, nire-repair po namin lahat yung mga barracks. And then yung mga lalaya na po, ginawa na po namin ng mga kubo. Hindi na po sila kinukulong sa... If you can visit Sablayan one of these days, you'll see the mga preso po, kanya-kanya lang po silang kubo at hindi na po sila kinukulong dahil yung nga pong ginawa na natin sila mga farmers. They are preparing for their release.
So,
Kasama na po meron na po kami ngayon na kasama na po niya yung pamilya niya doon sa kubo. Para hindi yung iisipin namin tatakas, hindi na po tatakas kasi kasama na po niya yung pamilya niya.
Pero legal ba yun na mayroong civilian sa loob?
Opo.
Is that allowed? Diba? Preso pa rin siya, di ba? PDL pa rin
hindi
siya.
na po kulungan po. Wala na po siya sa loob ng kulungan. Kubo na po. Awaiting release na lang po sila.
Saan yun? Sa labas ng...
Sa labas po ng mga dormitories na congested.
Okay.
And then yung mga may mga matitinding sakit na po, ginawa na rin na po namin ang kanlungan ni Lolo. Hindi na po rin sila nakakulong, may mga na sila, kubo-kubo. Kasi hindi naman talaga po tatakas. Just awaiting for the release also. And may mga batas po
Bakit hindi pa sila ma-release bakit may awaiting pa?
Kasi po hindi pa po sila sentence served, pero may mga sakit na po sila.
Hindi, yung mga ibang awaiting for release, di ba? Kung release ka na lang. So,
Opo. Yung iba po kasi murder, mga 3 months to go bago sila ma-release. So, yun na po, sinesegregate na po namin sila para lumuwag po yung mga dormitories na kung saan may congestion.
and that's legal? That's allowed by law na masasegregate sila kahit na they're still considered PDLs?
Opo,
I'm not sure. I'm not
kasi
familiar with the
practically po
rules and
nakakulong
laws.
pa rin sila kasi yung compound po natin gwardyado pa rin. They are supposed to be back to their mga kubo during the time na kailangan ng inspection.
So ang ginagawa nyo, General, is nagre-rehabilitate na lang kayo sa loob.
Opo.
Kaya napababa nyo ito.
Opo.
Without building new buildings.
Nagbi-build po tayo, kaya lang po dumating na sa punto na sinabi ng gobyerno na hindi namin kayang ipagawa lahat yung kailangan nyo sabay-sabay. Kaya you have to innovate and find ways kung paano naman hindi masyadong mahirapan yung mga PDLs na tawag po namin sa kanila na minimum na po sila, malapit na pong lumaya.
Okay. And if that strategy, pwede palang ganun na strategy, we just repair.
Opo, pwede
Marami
po.
pa ba dapat tayong marami pa bang pwedeng i-repair?
Marami pa po magagawang
Kasi
ma-repair.
sana kung kaya pa natin mapababa to at least ma'am decreasing congestion rate
Opo, by 2028 po yung congestion na yan baka mapababa pa natin hanggang 150 to 200.
for 2026 na kasama na yung pang-repair nyo dito?
Opo.
Kasama na sa budget ninyo?
Kasama po yung repair na budget.
Nationwide yun, no? Nationwide?
Opo, lahat ng kasi po ang balak natin Mr. Chair is sara na po yung New Bilibid Prison. We will repurpose the New Bilibid Prison Kung ano man ang kikitain yan, we will use it for the relocation and replication of facilities in Muntinlupa at ikakalat na po yan dahil magiging regional na po ang ating prison and penal farms.
Okay, is that pero wala yan sa budget nyo, no? Yung repurposing?
Wala po kasi hindi naman po kami humingi ng budget.
Okay.
Opo.
And then nakita ko dito may nakita lang ko na stats, no? Slide 24, Carla. Yung number of deaths. Merong mga namamatay sa loob ng prison facilities natin. Ano itong yung namamatay dito is anong dahilan?
Dahilan na rin po ng Mr. Chair ng congestion. Kasi pag
Congestion?
Opo, pag nahawa po yung isang may sakit, and lalo na kung may edad, kaya po we'd like to over and above yung asking ng increase in our budget, we would like to file a bill for medical parole. Yung pong mga sakitin na terminally ill, alam naman natin na talagang hindi naghihintay na lang po. We want parang maibalik na po sila sa kanilang pamilya so that they will be able to regain yung camaraderie o whatever na mga pagkukulang na nangyari sa kanilang pamilya.
In your estimate dito sa 732 na namatay, ilan dyan is due to congestion, ilan dyan due to old age, more or less lang. Ano yung kanilang ano yung cause of death ho nila? In your personal estimate.
Yung iba po TB, tuberculosis, yung iba naman po heart attack.
Naghawa-hawa na.
Opo.
So meron ba 50% ba nitong 732 is because of congestion?
Opo. Kasi talagang kung yung health po ang problema, kaya naglilipat kami ng mga preso na outside o inmates or PDLs outside Metro Manila. Kasi po talagang ito na po yung number 2 or 3 tayo as a supermax. Tayo yung pinaka-congested na kulungan sa buong mundo.
Pwede kasi kung 300%, almost 300% tayo. Grabe. So hindi na siya marereforma, mamamatay na lang siya. 'Di ba? Kasi halos lahat congested eh.
Kaya nga po, yun ang, that's how to address it. List the property in Muntinlupa and with the funds that can be generated, relocate and replicate facilities outside Muntinlupa. Kasi po talagang congested rin yung Muntinlupa eh, Your Honor.
Any Secretary, any discussion on this? Alam ko in the past
Yes.
meron ng
Yes, we
mga
have the
moves
Region
to-
Prisons Facility project. This was discontinued basically under the past administration. And ang tinitingnan po, Your Honor, is this, the ideal really would be to put up regional prisons facility, also so that we can cater to the reformation aspect of incarcerating our PDLs. And also for purposes na makakabisita po yung mga pamilya nila para ho magkaroon pa rin sila ng pag-asa sa buhay. And we also, if the General would confirm this, no, the ideal number would be around 2,000 to 2,500 per facility. With the mega facility we have now, it's managing it is so, diba, challenging. So having regional facilities would be the ideal situation. And together with our pursuit of, as earlier stated by Yusek Andres, on applying the GCTA and our digitization of the records, parallel with this, putting up regional facilities, and with our digitization of their records, yung mga karpeta po nila na visible na po, madali na po naming maproseso, maayos po natin. Ito po yung pangmatagalang solusyon. And we intend to submit within the framework of the PPP or a new law on this, Your Honor.
Alam ko there's a lot of talk of selling the property in Muntinlupa.
But what
Or-
we
or,
heard, no sale po.
Ano
No
bang
sale.
ano bang new ano?
The new direction now is
What's the new
definitely
direction?
no sale of the property, but possibly a long-term lease.
A long-term lease. Oh.
A long-term
ang,
lease.
I think the concept there is to generate revenue to
Yes.
pay off for.
Pay off in
The
constructing and developing all these regional
Okay,
facilities.
okay. And will that happen soon in 2026? Is that?
There were earlier proponents, General Greg, no? But General Greg would be more familiar with.
Yes, go ahead.
With the permission again of our secretary, we are now appraising our property. And lately, there's an appraisal of 140 pesos per square per month. And we already published the guidelines. If you want to lease property in Bucor, you will be most welcome.
How big is the property in Bucor?
It's 365 hectares.
And how big is the area that you plan to lease?
About 265 hectares.
You plan to lease?
We will lease, we plan to lease,
Yung,
Mr. Chair.
saan lilipat yung mga inmates doon?
Oh,
Kasi halos wala na, kung 200, that's almost the entire property.
yung iba po, we will transfer in Palawan. We have 29,000 hectares in Palawan.
Palawan, doon na lang sila.
And also Palawan has been converted to a PESA zone because what we want to happen is when we transfer 70% of these PDLs in Palawan, they will be equally positioned to be hired as PESA zone employees. And the agreement will be is after kung makalaya na sila, they will be hired as regular employees by the people or the locators.
Okay. Yan ba yung Sablayan?
Sablayan, sir.
Okay.
We are also inviting you to visit Sablayan.
Sablayan is the one in Palawan.
In Palawan, 29,000 hectares.
Bakit siya congested ng 244%?
It's because of the facilities that we have not yet erected. Kasi
Okay.
way back na yung
But
last
you have the land, no? 29,000 yun.
Opo.
So land is not a problem.
land is not a problem, Your Honor, or Mr. Chair.
Okay. That sounds like a good plan. Lipat na lang sila doon, expand Palawan, and maganda pa sa Palawan, walang pollution.
And it's earthquake proof, Mr. Chair.
Oo. So, and then I don't think you need to build a tall structure kasi you have the luxury of land, eh. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then I'm also looking at the food and the medical allowance of PDLs. And the current food allowance is 70 per PDL. Ang mababa is the medical, 15 pesos per PDL. Ewan ko, kaya pa ba bumili ng gamot ng 15 pesos?
With the permission of our secretary, the DBM increased our food allowance from 70 to 100. So that's a big jump. However, they did not increase the medicine allowance of 15 pesos. We were asking for also an increase of 15 pesos for 30 pesos for their medical allowance.
No, kasi kanina narinig ko if a lot of the deaths are caused by congestion. So I would assume congestion is also creating may mga sakit rin because of congestion. May mga diseases because of congestion. And 15 pesos, is that enough to treat our PDLs humanely?
That's not enough. That's why we are nag-innovate na naman po kami, Mr. Chair. Tawag namin yung Hardinan Lunas, herbal medicine.
Herbal,
Nagtatanim po sila kung ano-ano mga gamot na kailangan para makabawas.
Tama nga yung sinabi nila, innovation is the mother of all necessities. No? Kasi walang pera kaya innovate na lang na innovate. No? Pero nakakatulong rin yun. At least meron na kayong herbal treatment facility. Okay. And I saw that you requested to increase the medical to 35 pesos per PDL.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with the permission of our Secretary.
All right. Is that request still is that are you still going to make that request? Padala nyo na lang sa amin if
Yes,
through
Mr.
the
Chair.
secretary,
Yes,
no?
that will be included in the request.
Plus other requests that we are forwarding to your office.
Ako naman is just humane treatment of our PDLs, no? I think 300 or 244 percent congestion is really magkakahawaan talaga, and nakita ko yan when I was a mayor, hindi na sila natutulog sa kama, nag-share na sila ng kama. Ganun ba ngayong situation?
Hindi naman po. We would like
sa mga
you
city jails, ganyan, eh.
Opo, we are inviting also you to visit our Muntinlupa so that you'll see the change that happened. Kasi dati po talaga ganun na kuminsan agawan talaga ng tulugan. Pag nagising kang maaga, punta ka ng CR, pagbalik mo wala ka nang babalikan. So but that's not hindi na po
Doon na
ganun.
lang padala yung mga nahuli sa flood control. 'Di ba? Para dapat doon na ipadala yung mga mga corrupt na nahuli sa flood control. And then General, nakita ko lang in your meron kayong in your MOOE, nakita ko lang meron kayong nag-increase yung inyong donations from 300 300,000 to 700,000.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
126% increase.
Yes,
And then
Mr.
meron
Chair.
kayong
Mga commitments po, Mr. Chair, yan sa mga international organizations because
okay.
we are joining international organizations to learn more yung mga best practices nila, and we have to pay some fees, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so these are for your mga international organizations. Meron din, tumaas rin yung inyong advertising expense. How much is the advertising expense? Hindi nakasulat. $600,000 to 943, a 54% increase.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The reason behind this is we are now as publication po ng mga properties na we want to lease. Opo, katulad
Income
din,
generating to.
opo, income generating po. Katulad we have master plan Palawan po, and then we're creating a new city, a new airport, a new seaport in Palawan, at the same time sa Sablayan, together with the municipality of Sablayan. We just discovered that Sablayan is the biggest municipality of the country. It has 218,000 hectares that have to be developed. In the future, the move of Bucor will not be only a caretaker of PDLs. We want our PDLs to also take care of the food security of our country so that our PDLs will be relevant. And in due time also, Bucor, if it is able to lease its properties, it will be sustainable. Kasi hindi talaga po kayang maging maibigay lahat. We request for 80 billion funding, ang binibigay lang po ngayon 10 billion. So hanggang doon na lang po talaga. And now we were told by our government that we have to look for ways and means to utilize our vacant land. Kaya nga po we are raising funds. Initially, ito pong New Bilibid Prison, which is we want to repurpose it as also a global city, and I think there will be many interested parties who want to lease our property.
So itong advertising nyo is for to invite potential lessees.
Opo, we need to publish po kasi if we invite para sa lahat na sa publication, newspaper publication, if we want to list our properties.
And I saw mayroon din kayong income generating, no? May off-budget account kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we meron po tayong property sa Davao. It's Tadeco, they call it Tadeco, the number one banana producer, export. They pay us about 20 million a month for renting our almost 5,000 hectares.
Yun yung inyong income
Opo.
generating right
Opo,
now.
but that will increase because yung nga po, we are also asking appraisals or appraisers to know if whether the property that we are leasing are really on or at par with the current rate of properties that are being leased in the area.
Wala ba kayong income generating from, let's say, yung pagtatanim ng mga PDLs? Do they also generate
Yung
some
po,
income? Sayang, andun na sila.
that income goes to the PDL po.
Pero yung PDLs themselves, meron ba silang income generating?
Yun
Let's say,
po,
pagtatanim,
if they plant, let's say sa Tadeco, they receive a regular salary. Pero we do not get it. Yung pong kinikita ng PDL, naiipon po nila yon, pinapadala sa pamilya nila.
Okay, so sila rin yung trabahador
Opo, sila po.
doon sa Tadeco.
Opo, sila po yung nagtatanim at saka nag-harvest ng mga banana.
Nakita ko malaki. It's about 400 million. Tama ba?
It's about
The expenditure is about 442 million. Sourced from this it's called a revolving fund eh.
opo, Fund 284.
Oo.
Yung binabayad po sa amin ng Tadeco, almost 20 million a month. And then over time, mabot na rin po yan ng mga 200 million plus.
Mm.
That's why if we can do that in one of our prison and penal farms, and we can generate in 10 regional prison farm about 20 million per month. So in due time po, we can provide for our PDLs to have better living conditions in their dormitories.
Sana ma-replicate natin yung income generating ng PDLs in other facilities kasi andun na sila eh, no? If they can help generate their own funds through selling of crops, through agriculture, through livelihood, mas maganda. At least meron tayong revolving fund.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's the purpose or the intent of why we are opening up our properties for lease.
Yeah. In 2026, ang projected is 365 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Malaki rin, ha?
Opo, sa isang kolonya pa lang po yun.
Oh, malaki rin. Malaki rin. Imagine 365, your revolving fund nyo yun. You can use it to help the PDLs, improve your facility.
Opo, yun lahat ng pondo na po na yan is only for the use of PDL, no other other purpose.
Correct.
Opo,
Tama. Oo. We recognize the presence of Senator JVR Sito. I'll go to thank you, General. I'll go to Bureau of Immigration. And
Good afternoon,
yes,
Mr.
good afternoon,
Chairperson.
Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senator.
Nakita ko in one of your projects, one of the biggest items is the expansion of e-gates.
That's correct po,
And
Your
ako, pag bumabiyahe kami, o pag bumabiyahe ako, isa sa mga nanonotice ko sa mga international airports, halos sa lahat, they strive for contactless immigration eh. No, I think the best example will be Singapore and also Dubai na talagang wala ka ng kausap. No? Pagpasok mo doon, biometrics na lang. Paglabas mo, biometrics naman. Granted na wala kang kaso, wala kang mga issue. So the trend is really to fully automate the entry and exits in our airports and use technology to detect anything unusual. No? So ito bang 893 million expansion of e-gates will achieve that humanless or contactless immigration?
Yes, Your Honor. We are adopting a step-ladder approach. Maari pong initially, hindi po natin ma-achieve yung level na na-achieve na po ng mga bansang na site ninyo. But we are getting there. We are aiming for less number of seconds as far as the processing of the departure and arrival of these passengers are concerned, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, Your Honor, yung pong figure na site nyo po is, ang total po niyan is 3.2 billion. Your Honor.
Ako nga, malaking investment ng BI, malaking part ng BI budget is ICT. No? At almost 300 billion. 3 billion ang ICT investments.
Opo, Your Honor.
Yeah. And can you give us a description yung 3 billion kung ano yung mga investments na gagawin ninyo and ano ang resulta, no, para naman sa ating mga constituents?
Opo, Your Honor. First po, yung hardware po, which would cover all the international airports dito po sa bansa natin, except for T1 and T3. Ang Terminals 1 and 3 po, nagkaroon po ng hardware dyan to the initiative of the private sector, to the NNIC. And then, kasama po dyan yung integration po ng ating systems, pag-upgrade po ng software. Tapos po, we are aiming for a more secure, reliable, and modern immigration platform, supporting both efficient service delivery and protection ng sensitive data because the sovereign function of border control remains with us. Kahit na po, ang hardware po, binili po ng private sector sa T1 and T3, border control remains within the function or sovereign function of the Bureau of Immigration. We would like to ensure that the core systems are stable, continuously updated, and safeguarded. Kahit po nagkaroon kunwari po ng problema, at least meron po kaming backup lagi po sa aming pag-maintain ng aming systems. We are in recognition of cyber threats, which we foresee to intensify globally. So we aim for sustained investment in system protection, which has become essential in preserving the integrity of immigration records and the trustworthiness of border control processes. So to ensure that modernization efforts are not only implemented but consistently upheld, keeping our services secure, resilient, and aligned with emerging security requirements. Ano po itong categories ng mga improvements na na-foresee po namin? These pertain to cybersecurity and data integrity to protect our immigration systems and data from unauthorized access, cyber attacks, and tampering. Nandyan din po ang database continuity and platform reliability to ensure that the immigration database and digitized records remain intact, retrievable, compliant, and continuously operational. We also want to ensure and secure communications and connectivity to maintain secure and uninterrupted communications across all BI sites. For the information of those concerned po, for your honors, we maintain 12 international airports, 1 seaport, and 60 plus subport offices all over the Philippines po. We also aim for productivity and support subscriptions to support our day-to-day operations and services. Yan po ang bulk po ng aming kailangan, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. We recognize Senator JV for his intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the DOJ family.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Commissioner
Good afternoon
Diado, that's a welcome development. No? At least sabi ko, we're trying to keep abreast with our at least ASEAN neighbors. Sabi ko na chairman natin, yung convenience is very important. Very important, especially for investors and tourists alike. My question is, what is the status now of itong e-gate project natin? Is it already ongoing? Have we purchased the equipment? Sige pa.
Nag-open na po kami nung bid document, Your Honor. So we expect the notice of award to be done on or before December 5 of this year.
So within a year, siguro, we can expect that na ma-deliver na to and functional as well, itong e-gates.
Opo, Your Honor. Sa naman po, sa private sector naman po, ang target po is for T1 and T3 within the year po, by December. Your Honor.
I remember, that, Mr. Chair, we have a radio show, radio program kami Secretary Boying, and he mentioned to me before, yung plan, no, to have these e-gates. Kaya lang, he disapproved yung una daw po dahil mayroong naglabi na yun din po naglalabi sa ibang mga departamenta, yung nag-i-import gusto magpa-import ng 3,000, Mr. Chair. Tama ba? 3,000 na galunggong. Is it the same person that lobbied for this e-gate facility equipment?
Your Honor, meron pong company that hindi po nakapasa sa aming technical specifications. I can provide you later on with the name of the company. There was a failure for bidding sometime November of last year, so we had to practically redo the whole process. Nag-hire po kami ng isang may doctorate in machine computing sometime January. And then we also got our people from finance, internal na po sa amin, finance, the legal division, and all concerned divisions para to do a thorough market study which took 3 or 4 months. We are glad to say na naayon po sa technical needs and specifications ang ginawa pong market study. And eventually this became the reference, this became the basis for the terms of reference na naging na-publish. Eventually, meron po nagkaroon ng bidding process. Nagkaroon po kami ng isang bidder. At we are glad to say, base po dun sa sinabit na bid, mababa po yung gastusin at magbabalik po kami sa Bureau of Treasury ng mga 400 million.
Oh, that's very welcome news, Commissioner Viado, that
Yes po.
we saved 400 million. No? Just
Yes
safe
po,
to say,
Your Honor.
400 million for the e-gate procurement of the e-gate equipment.
Opo, Your Honor.
So, thank you.
The process was live streamed. Kaya po nakita ng buong kapuluan kung ano naging proseso, Your Honor.
Sana lahat ng ahensya ganito nagsisave. Laking bagay. Pero parang 99% dumadagdag. So, congratulations with that, no? That's 400 million. That's a big amount that we saved, no?
Yes po, Your Honor.
With the purchase of the e-gates equipment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you rin po, Your Honor.
Thank you. Commissioner, I also welcome the investments in ICT infrastructure. Yan rin isa sa mga paniniwala ko
Opo, Your Honor.
na we can only eliminate corruption through digitalization, and we can only serve our constituents to the best or give them the best service through digitalization as well, no, through ICT. And but nakita ko rin in your spending over the past few years, mababa ang spending ng EBMIS. I'll show on the slide. Slide 34, Carla. Mababa yung kanyang spending. 2023, 25%. 2024, only 2%. We want to support yung initiative ninyo, but we have to make sure na nagagastos to o na procure, no, yung mga kailangan bilhin natin, or else sayang yung pondo, no. 3 billion is quite a significant amount, no. So, well, Carla, 34?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Anyways, papakita ho namin in a while. So, Sige, Commissioner, wala lang yung operator namin, but nakita lang namin mababa yung utilization rate ng EBMIS. No?
Yes po, Your Honor. May instances po kasi, Your Honor, na nagkaroon po ng failure of bidding. Kasi po ang paggastos naman po namin sa kaban ng bayan, nagiging maingat po kami, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, gaya po nung nasabi kong instance kanina, when we saw that technically deficient po yung maari pong manalo, we declared a failure of bidding dun po sa proseso. So, naging maingat po kami sa paggastos, Your Honor. But much as we would like to maximize, but we also have to be very, very careful in spending the funds that were given.
So itong low utilization is due to that failure of bidding. Dahil ng failure of bidding, obviously hindi natuloy yung proyekto.
One of the instances, Your Honor. Pero ito pong e-gates project, 2023 pa po yata, 2023 pa po yata yun. Pero hindi namin natapos admittedly agad yung proseso.
Ito, yan, nasa slide. 2022, 81%, 2025, 23%, 2024. So, utilization niya mababa, no? Although na-obligate naman, but yung paggastos mababa. And one of the reasons, sabi niyo, is because of the failure of bidding. I guess, dahil nag-failure of bidding, nagkaroon na ng domino effect eh.
Opo,
Hindi mo na makabit yung mga ibang accessories or ibang mga softwares.
Opo, Your Honor.
Yeah. Can we have an assurance that itong 3 billion na ilalagay natin sa EBMIS will be utilized this coming 2026?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, you have our assurance, Your Honor. Thank you for that, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, anyway, andyan na rin lang on deck ang ating BID Commissioner. I'm in receipt of a letter from the Bureau of Immigration requesting for additional budgetary allocation. Wala yung chairman, baka hindi marinig. Importante kasi ito. For ASEAN Border Control Team, Core Group 2026, amounting to 265,583,100 pesos. Pasensya na, kasi request to ng 250. So after this, in consideration of the revised ASEAN 2026 National Calendar Revision 5.1 dated August 6, 2025. This is for the additional budget for the immigration, for BID, in the conduct of the ASEAN, which we will be hosting next year. So siguro briefly lang po, what are the, ano po yung mga kasama po rito sa task force, additional personnel, derogatory, may advanced derogatory check on arriving delegates. So sige,
Yes, po, Your Honor.
siguro Commissioner, can you brief the chair while he is here?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. We acknowledge the need, Your Honor. And
Tsaka yung yung participants, yung mga details.
Yes po. On behalf of the Bureau, I would like to read this statement. The Bureau of Immigration, through its ASEAN Border Control Team Core Group, is kindly requesting for the provision of budget amounting to 265,583,100 to facilitate the successful and safe immigration security coverage of 645 ASEAN meetings in 2026. As a brief backgrounder po, initially hindi po tayo talaga mag-host ito but because of the internal strife involving another Southeast Asian country, tayo po ang nag-take over ng hosting duties for this particular conference. The BI forms part of the Committee on Security, Peace and Order, Emergency Preparedness and Response, or the CSPOEPR, and the Committee on Transport and Communications. The BI shall be comprised of Task Unit International Ports of Entry and Exit, Task Unit Intelligence Operations, and Task Unit Subports and Seaports. The funding is critical for the effective accomplishment of the Bureau's mandates, particularly in safeguarding national security and enhancing border control during the ASEAN hosting, considering the unstable and complex security environment locally and globally. So pagpasok pa lang po ng mga delegates dito sa ASEAN Conference, kami na po ang nasa frontline. At pag alis po nila, kami rin po ang mamamahala sa seguridad. And anything that happens in between involves the Bureau of Immigration, maximally. Yun po ang hinihingi po naming tulong po at suporta galing po sa Senado. Thank you, sir.
So again, Commissioner, did I hear it right? We'll have about 600
45, Your Honor.
645 meetings
Yes, Your Honor.
for the ASEAN.
Apo.
So we took over, kailan ho natin to, no? Kailan tayo nag-assume? As I remember, kailan lang tayo nag-ASEAN host, no? So when did we assume this?
I think it was within this year, Your Honor. First meeting po which will involve us will be for the planning stage, November of 2025. Meron na po tayong magiging meeting, Your Honor.
Yeah, because naalala ko kailan lang tayo nag-host nito, Mr. Chair, no?
Opo, Your Honor.
And some ASEAN nations yung dapat mag-host. May gulo din. Sabi ko, bakit natin inassume? Parang tayo rin may gulo. Hindi pa naman. No? But kidding aside, sige po, probably aside from BID, PNP, lahat yan hihingi, no, for the ASEAN budget, no. So for DOJ, as far as DOJ, BID lang po ang may kailangan, no, for this 265 million. So
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much po, Your Honor.
We recognize the presence of Senator Lauren Legarda. Commissioner,
Good afternoon,
ilan delegates ang ini-expect yung dumating dito sa Philippines? Anong number ang tinitignan ninyo? For ASEAN lang to, and this is a very important event for our country, no? Because it's not only ASEAN, normally pumupunta rin dito yung mga friends of ASEAN, United States, Canada, Japan, Korea. So ilan ang estimated number of guests na pupunta dito?
Your Honor, wala pa pong binibigay na estimated number, but once we get that number, we will provide this office right away.
Oo, kasi kaya ko natanong yan, ang first experience nila dito will be immigration. Diba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Pagdating naman nila dito, paglabas ng eroplano, ang unang makikita nila is the immigration officer.
Opo, Your Honor.
So sana nga itong EBMIS natin, by that time ba operational na yung mga electronic gates natin at that time? End of 2026, no, mga November.
Yes, Your Honor. Based doon sa program po ng installation ng e-gates and pag-operate ng e-gates sa Terminals 1 and 3, po yan, by December or end of
So
December.
hindi aabot.
Nationwide po, baka po hindi umabot, admittedly, Your Honor. But we have our immigration officers manning those international airports. So kung pumasok po ng Cebu, pumasok ng Clark, nandyan po kami para po ensure ang security po at control over our borders, Your Honor.
Pero yung e-gates na automated, hindi pa nila may experience yun. Yung mga delegates, hindi pa nila, here in Manila,
Meron pong may install na about 54 or 56 e-gates sa Terminals 1 and 3.
Okay.
So may experience na rin po nila.
May experience nila rin.
Opo, Your
So
Honor.
at least makikita nila na nakakasabay tayo sa other countries like Singapore, Korea. Ang pinakanakita kong talagang walang tao is Dubai. Talagang you go in, you go out, wala kang kausap .
Your Honor, recently po nasa Korea po kami. As a brief backgrounder po, yung ating e-gates na presently ginagamit po natin only involves yung paglagay ng boarding pass. Dapat po yan, passport na. Ngayon, 2017 or 2018 pa po yun dito sa atin. Now, yung sa Korea po, nakita po namin, nung tinanong ko po, for the past 10 years, ilang beses kayo nagpalit? Mga 5 beses na po. So on the average, nagpapalit po sila every 2 years.
Kasi yung technology, mabilis.
Opo. And ang napansin ko po, Korea and Taiwan, yung kanilang mga ginagamit tsaka software, internally produced po . I think that's because of the security needs ng isang bansa. So it is our dream na sana po, eventually, ganun din po yung level na ma-reach natin. Not only do we have the hardware, but we have the software developed internally here in the Philippines. I think it's one thing to aim for.
Yeah, but
Your Honor.
this one we are investing in, itong 3 billion, that's a, hindi natin dinevelop yan. That's a package deal yan, I would assume, no?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasi po, syempre po, kailangan po ng warranties.
Yeah, yes.
Ang mga nagpo-produce lang po dyan sa ibang countries eh. Ano po, usually in Europe, yan. United States. Yan po yung mga countries na nagpo-produce po ng hardware. Na ganyan,
Alright,
Your Honor.
okay. Well, yun na nga, no? ASEAN will be very important to us, and first Filipino contact nila will be the immigration officer.
Yes
So
po,
it's
Your Honor.
important that our immigration department is ready for the ASEAN event, no?
Yes, Your
Especially yung I'm sure trained naman yung ating mga immigration officer, but syempre maraming mga security aspect ito na dapat rin nilang mapag-aralan, no?
Yes po, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
I just have time. I just like to welcome the DOJ family. I used to chair this before the pandemic. Yes, and their new names and faces for everyone. As you know, or maybe you don't know, way back in my second term, I authored a very important piece of legislation and then amended it to expand it and to make it stronger. And that's the Expanded Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act. The AYACAT, which is under the DOJ, I know that it is headed by the two heads of departments, DOJ and DSWD. Since we have an OIC secretary, first time I meet you, sir, I'd like to know who is in charge. But the way it's structured is kayo DOJ pantay, co-chair with DSWD, right? They're not over you. And you have an executive director. I'm not certain if this is the same ED from way back pre-pandemic, maybe not. Yes, baka bago. Napakahalaga sa akin ng batas na ito. May kasaysayan, may journey yan nung ako'y bata-bata pang mamamahayag bago pa siguro mapanganak ang marami sa inyo. Ang ina-advokasya ko, ang karapatan ng mga kabataan at kababaihan dahil gumawa ako ng dokumentaryo base sa isang inotor ng isang Pilipina in the 80s or 90s. They are so sweet, sir. I wonder if that book is still in existence. It details the trafficking of Filipinas. And so, nung ako'y batang mamamahayag, pardon me for this story, this journey, nung ako'y batang mamamahayag in my 20s or 30s, naggumawa akong dokumentaryo tungkol sa pangangalakal ng Pilipinang babae at bata. At ako'y 37 years old na hinimok ni dating Pangulong Ramos na tumakbo bilang senador na ayokong-ayoko dahil ako'y mamamahayag, ay isa sa mga una kong panukalang batas na final at naipasa ay yung Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act na hindi naging matagumpay at hindi nasugpo ang pangangalakal ng bata, babae, maski lalaki. Kaya tumulong nung panahong yon sa aking pangalawang termino na ang DOJ, hindi ko maalala kung sinong head nun, maybe 2000, basta after 2010, naging expanded anti-trafficking. Sa bawat hearing taon-taon ng DOJ, tinatanong ko ang status, nakatulong ba yung batas or inutil ba yung batas na ginawa ko? Nasugpo pa natin ang pangangalakal ng bata at babae o walang nakukulong o walang nafa-file na kaso o laghanap dahil ang problema sinasabi sa akin ng DOJ, yung mga bansa kung saan sila dinadala ay hindi pareho ang ating batas or kulang ang ating pagmamasid. Having said that, pasensya na po, shortcut ko lang yung aking ilang dekadang advokasya. Mula sa paggagawa ng dokumentaryo at pag-i-interview, hindi pinapakita ang muka, ng mga biktima ng pangangalakal sa pamamagitan ng mga illegal recruiter, ng mga sindikato na dayuhan na may mga tanggapan dito. Kaya immigration, importante yan. At marami. Kaya ang mga sindikato, hindi lang ngayon natuklasan. 1970s, 80s, nandyan na sila. And I'll go to that later in another question for the DOJ, for the immigration as well. So, may I know, OIC Secretary Frederick, talaga bang double D ang Frederick mo or wrong spelling kami? Double D, okay. Sige. Okay, Frederick Vida. May I know, sir, and you to tell me the truth.
Yes.
If my law is useless, I want to know. Because they told me my first law had no fangs, so I had to revise it. If it's useless, tell us our laws are useless so that we will revise it or we will look into the implementation in our oversight function so that we can help each other improve it.
Yes.
The important is the bottom line in terms of statistics and figures and lives
Safe.
saved.
Yes.
Yes. May I know?
Yes.
So the structure now and the status.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, Your Honor. We have our new executive director, Attorney Hannah Manalili. She's on the end of the no. She would be more astute and
To
factual.
hear your voice first, since
Yes, of course.
first time I'm meeting you,
Yes.
even if you're new,
Yes, thank you.
Kung ano lang po ang alam ninyo tungkol, because are you
Yeah.
new in the department
No.
or you've been there for a long time?
I've been with the department for almost 3 years.
Okay,
Your
so
Honor.
you're familiar with
Yes,
the law.
Yes.
And I'd like to hear from your ED, but I would like to hear from the secretary. Thank you.
Basically, many initiatives have been done by the Department of Justice, being the co-chair of the Interagency Council. We maintained basically this tier 1 ranking. So we maintained it for the past 10 years. So basically,
Pag tier 1, ipaliwanag mo para, kasi hindi naman lahat nakakaintindi tier 1. Ibig sabihin, maigting ang ating batas or ating pag-implement or pareho?
pareho po. Yung ating pong batas at ang ating masugid na inisyatibo para maproteksyonan yung mga dapat proteksyonan.
Mas mataas pa ba na tier?
Ito na po ang
Ito na.
pinakamataas.
Okay, masasabi natin, kung hindi ko ginawa yung batas, nagyayabang nga, pero kailangan sabihin yung totoo, kung di natin ginawa yung batas noong 2010 at inamendahan noong 2012 or 13, ay hindi siguro tayo tier 1 ang ranking.
Sigurado po yun.
Bakit parang ang dami pa rin nabibiktima? Sige, anyway, you continue what you're saying. Thank you.
Ang balakit na malaki po dito is yung enormity of especially po yung social media po ngayon. These are new challenges, no? That we continue. Ang problema po yung tulad po ng paglabag sa batas, laging kailangan mas creative sila. So we need also to be creative and to be adaptive so that we will be able to challenge yung mga bagong modus.
Para maiakma natin sa batas.
May I
Hindi, gusto
ask-
pa marinig ang tinig mo.
Okay.
Kung, hindi.
Opo.
Okay lang kasi
Yeah,
bago
opo.
at bata yung
Sige po.
sekretaryo. Okay lang po.
Opo.
So, sa pagkakaalam mo sa batas ay nakatulong pero may bagong
Ang mga challenge
creative
po ngayon,
challenges.
yung deepfake po, hindi na po natin alam kung yung talagang lumalabas na materyales ay hindi ho tunay na individual. Yan po ang mga nagiging opo.
Aking kasi batas noong 2010, syempre hindi pa ganito ang digital platform. Ay hindi ka ako sigurado kung sinama ang pagtatraffic, pangangalakal sa online. Pinapacheck ko ngayon. Baka dapat ay hindi pa. Kasi sinulat ko yon 1998, naipasa ko, look at how long it is, 98 ko ginawa or 99. Nung bago akong senador, unang termino, naipasa ko. Nung pangalawa kong termino, nairibas ako sa ending ng pangalawa ko or baka sa simula ng aking pangatlong termino. I mean, ganong kahaba. Kaya that's so close to my heart. And I still hear about abused and trafficked persons. At saka hindi ko ginawang anti-trafficking in women and children. I believe it's in person. So pati ang mga lalaki kasi, pati LGBT, pati mga lalaki na bibiktima dito, hindi lang babae at bata. So you'll pass it on to your ED already? Okay, thank you, Secretary. Bago lang si ED or nag-usap na ba tayo, ED?
Bago lang po as Executive Director, Your Honor.
Okay.
With the permission of the OIC Secretary, magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair and Honorable Senator Lauren Legarda. First of all, we affirm that the law is very useful, and in fact, it is one of our strongest suit, our legislation. Isa po ito sa mga nire-recognize sa ASEAN at globally na malaking bagay sa pagsugpo ng human trafficking ng Pilipinas, at karamihan po sa ating mga karatig bansa, ating mga ASEAN neighbors ay tumitingin po sa kung paano ginagawa ng Pilipinas ang pagsugpo ng human trafficking, at nangunguna po doon ay yung ating batas. At kino-confirm ko po then, Your Honor, na kasama po sa amended 2022 law na qualified trafficking when it's trafficking in persons committed with the use of information and communications technology. So, malaking bagay po na nakita na ng ating mga legislator ang wisdom sa pagpataw ng mas mabigat na parusa kapag po ginagamit ang online platforms sa pag-commit ng crime of trafficking.
I-clarify ko lang, no? Kasi syempre noong 2010, wala pa yung online. And then I revised it to amended, expanded. Noong 2022 ba, na-revisa namin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Baka ibang batas yun na magko-complement.
It's the Expanded Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2022 po. Yun ang pinakahuli pong amendment.
So, ulit natin. Okay. So, sinama na yung online.
Sinama na po.
Could you, just so that we can have the legislative history but also give it to us. So, may I request, the original law, ano yung butas? Tapos, alam ko yun actually, walang fangs masyado. In-expand ko 2013 yata.
Yes,
Sino
Your
ang nasa DOJ noong mga panahon yun? Anyway, tapos, mahaba ang panahon, 2022, yung wala ako dito noong 2022, na-expand natin further.
Yes po.
Ang pangangalakal pagbebenta sa online, sakop na.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Pero pag aabuso, pag hinuhubaran ng mga bata, hindi yan. O sinakop ko ba yon? O sinakop ba namin yon? Or kung hindi siya na padala sa ibang bansa at online lang ang pagbebenta, nasama ba yan?
Your Honor, nasama po sa 2022 amendment, at para mas palakasin pa po at patibayin ito, pinasa rin po ang Republic Act 11930 or the Anti-OSAIC and CSAIM Act na layunin talagang tugunan yung issue ng online sexual abuse and exploitation of children.
Kasi yun ang aram ko na ipasa yung parallel law. Pero sa pangangalakal, dati kasi, noong 2010, yung una ko, 2007 pa nga yata, ay physical na pangangalakal. Pero tama si OIC Frederick D. Okay, ba't ba ako na ano sa spelling? Ay iba na, creative ways, maaring mga lakal na hindi physical na dinadala. So, I want to read that provision in 2022 to ensure na, pero sure kayo nag-i-implement. Sakop
Yes, Your Honor.
yung pangangalakal maski hindi dinadala yung bata kung saan.
Yes po. Sigurado po.
Bata, babae, lalaki, LGBT, whatever.
Yes po.
Covered.
Kino-consider pa nga po na napakataas na antas ng human trafficking at mapapatawan po ng life imprisonment kapag ang biktima po ay minor de edad at ito ay ginawa sa pamamagitang information and communications technology.
Hindi sa OSAIC ito, sa expanded anti-trafficking.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, para lang sigurado tayo, merong mahirap na magulang na bola at hindi naintindihan, na hindi naman daw kasi mahahawakan yung anak, ay binenta, may bayad sa pagkuha ng letratong hindi maganda, sabihin mo ng ganon. At napakita yung letrato sa isang customer o dayuhan at nagbayad sa, yung middleman. Masasakop po yun o hindi?
Sakop po.
Okay. So I feel good na nasakop nung expanded. Then maybe you can give us ano pang butas ng batas o baka naman sa implementasyon ang naging problema. So, can you give us some figures or the challenges na sinasabi ninyo na dapat pang gamutin at ilan ba ang mga bata o biktima na na-save natin dahil maigting na implementasyon ng ating batas?
Thank you. With the permission, I will continue with the response to the question. So unang-una po, gaya ng nasabi kanina, meron po tayong matibay na mga batas or legislative framework na hindi lamang nagpapataw ng parusa doon sa actual na gumamit po ng material or nag-consummate ng crime of trafficking. Pinapatawan din po natin ng parusa yung mga nagfa-facilitate or yung kumikita sa pamamagitan ng pag-traffic. So napakalaking bagay po nito gaya nung sa issue nung trafficking sa Pogo Hubs dahil nafa-filean po natin ang kaso hindi lamang yung nag-employ o yung talagang management nung Pogo Hub but gayon na rin po yung mga lessor ng property at yung mga kinikilalang nag-facilitate or nagpakilala or nag-recruit. So isa po yun sa mga layers na sinisiguro natin na lahat ng mga sangkot doon sa krimen ng trafficking ay mapapatawan ng parusa. Doon naman po, yes, Your Honor.
Salamat at binanggit niyo ang Pogo dahil dalawa sa pinakamaigting na advocate laban sa Pogo ay nandito ngayon, yung chair at saka si Sen JV. Maari po niyong ikumpirma sa amin, tama ba o mali, na ang network ng criminal syndicates ng Pogo ay trafficking syndicates din at hindi lang gambling. Hindi lang illegal gambling, pero ito'y mas malalim pang sindikato na ginagamit ang sindikato ng online gambling pero sa pangangalakal ng mga tao, whether face-to-face or live na dinadala or ginagawang slaves or ginagawang subject for online exploitation. Just to validate what we learned in hearings of the previous years.
Yes, Your Honor. We confirm actually hindi lamang po trafficking na crime ang involved sa mga sindikatong ito. Base sa aming investigasyon at yung mga report na natatanggap sa pamamagitan ng ating mga victim survivors, meron din pong ibang krimen na ginagawa ng mga sindikato gaya ng money laundering, torture, murder, kidnapping, and illegal detention. So, sanga-sanga na po yung krimen na ginagawa ng mga sindikato sa likod ng krimen na ito at nagiging isa yung trafficking sa mga ginagamit nila para makakuha ng mas maraming tao at mas mapilit sila at malagay sa sitwasyon na sila mismo yung gagawa ng krimen para dito sa mga nagtatagong sindikato na ito.
Ilan na po ang inyong nasagip na mga persons, regardless kung bata, babae, or what, sa pangangalakal?
Your Honor, sa 2024 data po namin, lumalabas na more than 2,000 victims of trafficking have been rescued. And this year, as of September 2025, nakakabahala po yung numero ng mga na-repatriate na biktima ng trafficking sa ibang bansa. More than 800 po as of September 2025, which represents triple the number from last year. So isa po ito sa mga malaking isyong kinakaharap natin at marami pa po, no, alam ko po marami po sa ating mga senador at ating ding mga opisyal ng gobyerno ang nakakatanggap ng report na humihingi ng tulong na masaklolo. So marami pa po tayong natatanggap na impormasyon at report para po magpa-rescue ang ating mga kababayan.
Anong mga bansa ang red flag, so to speak, na dapat ingatan natin na dinadala ang mga traffic victims live? Ibig sabihin, talagang sila ang pupunta. Pangalawa, anong mga bansa ang customers pag sa online abuse pero trafficking din sakop ng ating expanded na batas?
Your Honor, regarding po doon sa trafficking ng ating mga kababayang Pilipinos, particularly yung mga forced and exploited for criminality or scamming, meron pong 3 bansa sa Asia na nangunguna. So ito po ay fina-flag namin sa Bureau of Immigration na maigting pong pinapatupad ang ating border control and management para po mapigilan, no, dito pa lamang po sa ating bansa sana na hindi na sila makalabas dahil nga po sa ating recognition na pag nakalabas na po sila ng bansa, mas may limitado po ang ating enforcement and jurisdiction. So, closely po, we're coordinating with the Bureau of Immigration to constantly monitor this information at gayon na rin po yung mga red flags ng mga maaaring maging biktima ng human trafficking.
Is it a national security risk or even a diplomatic issue if you name the countries That's why you're being careful. Can you just give me the confidential report later? I will not put it online.
Yes.
I just need to know. Pero bakit nagpupunta at paano nakakalusot? Is this through POEA, through OWA? Paano yun? Sila recruit? Are they recruited legally and then traffic there? How do they do it?
Base po sa aming monitor data, Your Honor and Mr. Chair, kadalasan po nagagamit po dahil po visa-free entry sa ASEAN. So nakakalabas po gamit ang batayan na turismo. Yun po ang nagiging basehan. At isa na rin po sa nabanggit ni Mr. Chair kanina, yung issue po ng mga labasan sa dakong southern part ng Pilipinas. So isa rin po ito sa nagiging point of entry or point of exit rather, palabas ng bansa na hindi limitado po ang ating regulation, bagamat tinatauhan po ng Bureau of Immigration lahat po ng main ports at gayon din po ang iyakat, meron po tayong task forces. Kaya lang po gaya ng geographic make-up of the Philippines, marami pong ports, hindi lamang public ports but private ports o yung mga isla na maaaring makalabas ng bansa gamit ang maliliit na bangka.
Thank you for that. Anong lugar naman sa Pilipinas ang laganap pumunta or madalas pinupuntahan ng mga sindikatong nagre-recruit para sa pangangalakal ng mga tao?
Your Honor, yan pong issue na yan, medyo nahihirapan na po kaming i-determine dahil online na po talaga ang kanilang ginagawang recruitment. So, ang base na lamang po sa aming impormasyon, karamihan pa rin po ng nagiging biktima ay nakabase sa National Capital Region at sa mga karatig bayan. Pero kung saan po naglalagay ang mga sindikato, mahirap na pong matukoy dahil nasa online na po talaga ang recruitment.
Simply put, how do we prevent our innocent people from being praise, P-R-E-Y, praise of traffic? How do you advise possible victims against trafficking? Kailangan meron tayong maalituntunin, di ba? Kasi hindi naman lahat nakapag-aral, iba naghahanap ng oportunidad sa trabaho, ang online, hindi mo alam kung anong dapat gawin. Anong abiso ninyo?
Pangunahin na po prevention and education pa rin po. Karamihan po talaga sa ating mga nabibiktimang kababayan, hindi kulang pa po yung safeguards, hindi pa po nila natitiyak na lehitimo o hindi ilehitimo yung kanilang nagiging recruiter. So isa pa rin yan sa mga isinusulong natin na matulungan tayo ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno gaya ng DepEd at yung mga LGUs na palakasin yung edukasyon at economy sa mga local communities para po hindi maging prone to exploitation ng ating mga kababayan. Pangalawa po, isa rin po yung hinihikayat namin talagang mapagtibay yung role ng DICT sa pagsugpo ng issue ng human trafficking dahil ito pong kalaban po natin nasa online platform na kaya po yung karampatang solusyon at pag-responde natin ay dapat mag-keep up din with the advancement in technology. So isa po sa mga issue na kinakaharap natin, paano po natin matutulungan ang ating mga kababayan na mag-spot ng mga fake advertisement, fake job offers, at para rin po matulungan silang ma-filter out yung mga ganong advertisements.
Sana meron kayong grassroots na information drive sa mga barangay, lalo na sa mga lugar na maraming turista. At alam naman natin pag alam ng barangay captain, kilala nila mga tao, barangay officials, diba? May vowsy naman dyan diba sa barangay officials, alam niyo, local, may vowsy, may justice, yung head ng justice, lupon, may lupon, yun, yung mga naging kong at naging mayor, alam niyo yung mga, may lupon, yun, kung sino yung head ng vowsy sa barangay at head ng lupon, yun ang pwedeng magkaroon kayo ng IEC. Oo, lalo na sa mga i-target nyo yung mga lugar na madalas puntahan ng turista para alam nila yung red flags. Pero physical yun. Pero sa online, maybe have an online platform also. So fight them where they are. na ito ang mga red flags. And I would like to see ano yung mga red flag. Kasi hindi mo alam kung sinong nagte-text na sa'yo or nag-Facebook sa'yo o naki-friend sa kanila. Hindi nyo alam eh. Nakakatakot talaga. So, tumataas. Tumaas ngayong taon. So, may dahilan. Bakit tumataas? Bakit kaya? Eh, may batas tayo. So, tier 1, yan ang palaisipan ko eh. Tier 1 tayo sa Asia. Pero tumataas ang biktima. Wala silang takot. Bakit kaya?
Your Honor, dun lang po sa issue ng grassroots community awareness. So meron din po tayong pinapatupad na barangay iyakat. Ito po ay talagang nakatuon doon sa mga local communities dahil natukoy po natin na kapag aware at empowered yung community, no, mas nagkakaroon po ng tulungan at information sharing doon pa lamang sa komunidad at nagiging susi rin ito, no, sa pag-identify ng mga potential victims and perpetrators. Pangalawa po doon po sa issue ng pagtaas ng bilang, malaking element pa rin po. Sa kabilang banda, malaking bagay po na mas marami tayong natutulungang biktima. Posible po kasi na dati, marami pong victims of online sexual abuse or exploited children and mga cross-border trafficking, pero hindi pa lang po sila nasasakop doon sa reporting. So, isa rin po sa mga malaking bagay na pagtaas ng bilang ay reported po ang kanilang mga kaso at ibig sabihin nito natutugan na natin as opposed to yung nakatago po, no, sa mga kanilang mga pamilya at bahay. Yun naman po sa issue ng kung bakit patuloy pa rin, malaking bagay rin po at epekto dito yung regular migration. So, isa pa rin po tayo sa mga bansa na sources of migrant workers. So, dapat na lang po talaga natin ding ipalaganap kung paano yung lehitimong pagkuha ng trabaho sa labas ng bansa.
Are there government agencies, officials, staff enabling trafficking? Is corruption in government being used, or is government part of it? Nangyayari ba yan? Because in a U.S. trafficking in persons report, there is either a part of a report or an insinuation, and which government agency must we watch out for to ensure we or government agencies are not part of the web of syndicates and corruption, and we should, in fact, delineate the line, or baka naman napasukan ng sindikato. I just wanted to clarify the US TIP report.
Yes, Your Honor. We confirm na may findings ang US TIP report as to the connection of corruption with facilitating human trafficking. And following the recommendation of the US TIP report, isa po ito sa mga tinutukoy natin na tinututukan kung meron pong mga opisyal ng gobyerno or employees who are facilitating human trafficking. In fact po, sa ilalim ng amended Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act, mas malaki rin po ang parusa or mas malalim ang parusang ipapataw kung ang involved po sa trafficking ay government official. So again, nasa batas po natin ito at mapagtibay. Doon naman po sa implementation, pinapalaganap din natin yung awareness at nag-issue ang iyakat ng guidelines to all government agencies para po maging katuwang natin, no, sa pagsugpo ng human trafficking at kung meron pong nagfa-facilitate ng trafficking sa kanilang mga opisina na patawan po ng administrative charges at criminal charges.
Perhaps hindi dapat dito sa open hearing. I would like to have a private or even executive session with OIC Sec Frederick with a double D and ED Manalili. Oo, hindi kasi yes. About this. At siguro si Darlene, sama, si Soljen. Alam naman niya, kilala niya ako from bata kami, yung advokasya ko to. So that I want the law implemented. And government, we should not allow people in government or even government to be used. It really hurts me so much and I cannot imagine So, the U.S. report, the U.S. will not report it unless there's basis. And I'd like to know more of this report. In short, yung laman ng report na ito. I'm sure you know it, you just can't say it now. Yes, which agency, what are the cases, who, what, and I will file the necessary resolution to be referred to the appropriate Senate committee. And yes, so this is part of our duty as authors of laws from way back, and as women leaders of our country. Yeah. So thank you for your answer. Magaling si ED. Yes. Bago ka lang sa IACAT.
I've been with IACAT for 3 years. Recently
Yes.
took up the role of the executive director. Maraming salamat po, Senator Lauren. and
Senator Lauren,
Mr.
just to
Chair.
add,
Yes.
yung kanina na pag-usapan natin na we plan to increase the budget of IACAT. And IACAT is a task force, di ba? Tama ba?
Mr.
The
Chair,
interagency task force, is that the right description?
Mr. Chair, it's a council composed
Interagency
of
council.
28 government and non-government organizations. So, chairperson po ang Department of Justice at kami rin po ang namumuno doon sa task forces.
Okay. But hindi kayo yung enforcers. Hindi kayo yung nanguhuli, di ba?
Not primarily, Senator,
So you
but
coordinate-
we are augmenting and coordinating.
You coordinate with all the different agencies. So, how will the increase in budget help decrease incidences of human trafficking?
Mr. Chair, with the permission of OIC
Kasi maganda yung
Secretary.
kanina sabi ni Secretary, yung absorptive capacity. That's a very important kasi this is an interagency council, not the enforcement. No, so but we want to help, no? Kami Senator Lawrence, Senator JV because advocacy namin to. But how will the increase in budget decrease incidences of human trafficking?
First of all po, maraming salamat sa all-out support talaga sa advokasya at misyon ng anti-trafficking. Second, yung dun po sa pagtaas ng budget, marami po kasing mga ahensya, even NBI, NBI, ang nakadepende po sa augmentation ng IACAT funding pagdating sa mga operasyon. So, gaya na lamang po nung kung meron po tayong intelligence report na natanggap na may lalabas ng bansa gamit ang mga illegal migration routes, tayo po ang nagpapadala ng pondo rin sa mga informants and sa ating agents na pupunta po doon mismo para mag-intercept. I understand that we are heavily dependent on our law enforcement units, the NBI and the PNP. But wala po kasing nakalaan na specific budget para sa trafficking sa ilalim ng kani-kanilang mga ahensya. Kaya pagdating po sa pag-augment ng kanilang mga pangangailangan, doon po pumapasok ang IACAT under the leadership of the Department of Justice.
How about yung naalala ko tuloy, Senator Lawrence, sa ibang bansa, like sa, I think in Western countries, pag nag-CR ka, doon sa likod ng pinto, merong advertising doon. Sa airport, actually, sa airport. Diba? Kung if you are a victim of human trafficking, call this number. Linalagay nila sa banyo kasi yung mga human trafficked victims, pag nagbabanyo, doon lang sila nakaka-report. But ito yung mga countries na yung countries na meron human trafficking incidences. Tayo kasi yung victim no? So how do tayong source or tayo yung na-victimize? And I believe education is very important. No? Who among the agencies is tasked in the council to do information drive? Dahil ako, my first-hand experience ako, tina-target nila mga senior high school secretary kasi yan yung mga adolescents yan at hindi nila alam kung ano yung nangyayari sa labas ng Pilipinas. So yung tina-target nila. When I was a mayor, naalala ko yung tina-target nila. But that can be countered with information campaign. So who among the agencies? Is it IACAT? Is it sinong agency?
Sa ilalim pa rin po ng IACAT, Mr. Chair, pero ang lead po in terms of information and awareness campaign ay yung Commission on Filipinos Overseas. So, nakasaad din po ito sa ilalim ng batas. And we also support the CFO in their information drive and campaign. At maliban po dito, meron din po tayong inisyatibo na pakikipag-partner sa mga local government units through the Barangay IACAT led by the Department of Justice.
IACAT do, let's say, a online campaign against human trafficking, let's say lang kung may, ito lang kung merong kasi nakita ko kung let's say nagvi-victimize sila, Tapos gusto nila, mayroon nag-advertise o trabaho sa Cambodia. Tapos ito yung trabaho. Pero alam naman natin baka ito yung mga scam centers, 'di ba? Or mga human trafficking centers. Can AYACAT first of all, number one, detect those and report those advertising that are victimizing Filipinos. And then number two, pwede nyo ba i-counter yan by coming up with your own online campaign to stop yung mga ganitong mga fake online campaigns?
Pwede po magsagawa yung IACAT ng counter online awareness campaign. At pangalawa po, meron din po tayong medyo maliit pa lang po na unit ngayon, yung Cyber Tip Operations Monitoring Division, na isa po sa mga tungkulin nila ay mag-surveillance online. So hindi lamang po sa issue ng online sexual abuse or exploitation of children, pero maging itong mga issue na rin po ng fake job advertisements and even yung illegal adoption and baby selling na laganap rin po online. So sa ngayon po, nasa ilalim po ng NCC o SAIC-CSAM ang ating Cyber Tip Operations Unit, and hopefully po with the support of your excellencies, mapalaki pa po at mapagtibay natin yung unit na ito dahil isusulong po talaga nito yung ating pagresponde sa pamamagitan ng digital platforms din.
Augmentations that we want, amendment na gagawin natin para mapalaki yung online presence ng AYACAT and yung national coordinating, yung OSAM?
Yes.
Yun ang gusto natin palakihin yung presence. No? So, yung mga i-amend natin to improve your budget, sana malagay natin doon, Secretary, kasi yun, dyan talaga naghahanap ng biktima online. No?
Dito ho sa paglatag ho ng iba't ibang programa, tatlo po ang key education, deterrence, and prevention. So, sa iba't ibang aspeto po, malaking bagay po talaga yung programa sa IEC, no? Sa Information and Education Campaign. Hindi lang ho sa plataforma ng online, no? Pati na rin ho sa grassroots. Kasi meron nga po kaming may mga program po. Ito po inisyatibo pero nakita po namin maganda sa Catanduanes po. Yung aming pong provincial prosecutor doon, in enhancing protection of children, nag-open lang siya ng forum. Okay? After po nung forum niya, and I like to mention our provincial prosecutor Santua, it was her own initiative. Marami hong lumapit kasi hindi pa nila alam, biktima na sila. Opo, may mga pamamara, we will discuss it with you. Oho. Kaya nga how we enhance, how we move from this yung learnings, we can definitely po. Ang tatlo pong bahagi kasi talaga para rin ng korupsyon education, prevention, and deterrence.
This is one of the highest or biggest national security issues. Kasi it really runs into the fabric of our society. It's children, minors, it's women, and men as well, LGBT. So, and the criminal syndicates don't appear like traffickers. They use other means. Perhaps pogo, perhaps business, iba-iba. Yeah. You're supposed to have, under my original law, NGOs as part of sino ang NGO nyo? Women NGO.
Women NGO po ay ang ang World Vision.
World Vision.
World Vision.
Kasi meron dapat kayong private sector, women, overseas Filipinos, and children. Sino yung inyong tatlong representante sa tatlong yun?
Madam, we have World Vision, International Justice Mission for Children, and Blas Ople Center for Overseas Filipino Workers.
ICJ. I work with them. Mr. Chair, just to share with these two younger senators, since the late 70s and 80s, this has been my advocacy. And as a young senator in 1998 who has been in the Senate since then. It was one of the first bills I filed, and I'm still, I feel very strongly about this because if I may share, as a young journalist and documentarist, I would interview and meet children who were trafficked, and but of course we would cover the faces. This was 80s. I wish I could find my documentaries, investigative reports that I would do on trafficked women and children. Yeah. So I'll try to find, I don't know if, siyempre yung mga traffic. Then, if I may share, I even raided trafficking dens. Ganun ako katapang nun, JB. Oo. Rumraid ako, kasama ng police. No, or I would call the local police or what. Wala pang digital nun. Ako si ABS-CBN. Dala ko cameraman at saka ako reporter. I-raid namin. Kasama ako. Ano pa ako nun? Matapang. 1980s. I remember that. And maybe I should research my scripts at the time. They were all hard copy. I had a list of all traffickers. And if I may share, and when I ran for the Senate in 98 up to 204, they tried to block me and black propaganda. I don't know how. There was no online yet. And then, I was a young senator. We raided a den somewhere in the south. I won't say where. It was in an exclusive village. Basta ganun. And they tried to black prop me on Facebook. May Facebook na nun. I just wanted to tell you the history of this because it's been my advocacy since I was in my teen or early, in my journalism days, when I started journalism in the early 80s. So, and I know that it's one of the top 3 national security issues of our country. Because when there's trafficking, there's drugs, there's criminality, there's all of this. Yeah. So we can have an executive session on that, and please let us know the support needed. I just want to put on record the U.S. Trafficking in Persons report. I'll read it verbatim, and I quote, hindi po galing sa akin ito. Some officials in law enforcement, immigration agencies, and other government entities are allegedly complicit in trafficking or allow traffickers to operate with impunity, unquote. I did not say this. It disturbs me. This is the latest report. So, kung tayo'y napasukan sa ating ahensya ng gobyerno, this is a very big national security issue. The Immigration Commissioner is here. Yes, I wonder, Commissioner, is this a major issue that you are tackling, sir? And have you been in immigration for a long time? Are you aware of this problem? And do we actually have child traffickers or persons, trafficking in persons or traffickers, for that matter, employed by government or even casual hires? I want to know. And if it's a national security issue, we can have another meeting, but it will be executive session on trafficking. It's a very serious national security issue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Senator, and with the permission of our OIC Secretary. We reaffirm our commitment to the anti-trafficking efforts of our government, Your Honor. And the greatest ally in our fight against human trafficking is the law that you crafted, Your Honor. In 2022, the Bureau of Immigration turned over 392 potential victims to the Interagency Council Against Trafficking. In 2023, it was 726. In 2024, it was 1,070. Addressing the issue concerning the complicity of certain immigration officials, 42 immigration officers were endorsed to the Department of Justice for investigation. We are constantly on the lookout for officers who might be participants in this heinous crime, Your Honor. And we continually address that. We are not apologists. There are certain immigration officers and they are under investigation.
Thank you for that, Commissioner.
Welcome, Your Honor.
Yes, you seem knowledgeable about this law and the issues surrounding it. And I will stop there because it has to be discussed in an executive session. It's a national security, major national security issue. Because where there's trafficking, there's drugs. And where there's drugs, there's everything else. Yeah. So I'll stop there. Mr. Chair, I have another question. Do I have time before I go to my next?
Go ahead, Senator
Yes.
Lauren.
Another advocacy would be on stateless persons. Sino kayo makausap ko noon on stateless persons? Many years ago, alam nyo, ito lang, I amended the budget. Tuwan-tuwa yung agency or bureau under DOJ dahil napansin daw sila at dati maliit ang budget, naglagay ako ng budget na empower sila. Sino ba sila nun? Kayo. Attorney Chan, kayo rin. No.
Yes, Madam Senator.
It was still you who came to me?
Yes,
Ikaw
Madam
pa rin nun.
Senator. I believe it was around December of 2023 when we
2023
personally...
budget.
Yes.
Nakatulong ba?
yes,
Ito,
Madam
tatapusin, babasahin ko lang yung tanong ko. Nandiyan ka pa rin. Kayo ba yon? Sana may isa-isay naman yung amendment ko sa budget nyo. Sige po, babasahin ko lang ha. The Department of Justice houses the Refugees and Stateless Persons Protection Unit, the government's primary office for handling refugee and statelessness cases in the Philippines. The RSPPU is responsible for determining refugee and stateless status, issuing official documentation, coordinating with agencies such as the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Bureau of Immigration, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees to ensure protection and legal stay for qualified individuals. The Philippines, one of the first countries in Southeast Asia to accede to relevant conventions and refugee protection, has been recognized by the UNHCR as a regional model for refugee protection and continues to process applications from displaced individuals, including Palestinian nationals seeking refugee amid the ongoing conflict, although I'm glad that there is a ceasefire now. So we introduced an amendment to a previous GAA to augment the budget for the Refugees and Stateless Persons Protection Unit. Ayun. 8.9 million, I think. Yeah. And then I made a statement on the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza, condemning the unlawful military offensive across the occupied Palestinian territory, etc. And so, I'd just like to know, can the department please provide an update on the Philippines Refugee and Stateless Persons Program, particularly on how it is supporting applicants from Palestine and other areas under the ongoing humanitarian crisis. This is to seek clarity on the progress and priorities of the country's refugee protection efforts, especially in assisting displaced Palestinian and other nationals. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Senator. To reiterate, the Refugees and Stateless Persons Protection Unit extends its sincerest appreciation to the Madam Senator for the introduction of or the augmentation of the budget of the DOJ to the extent of close to 9 million, which was earmarked specifically for the Refugees and Stateless Persons Protection Unit. With the budget that the good senator allotted for the unit, we were able to conduct several orientations and trainings to various government agencies, which under Executive Order 163 Series of 2022 were mandated to provide protection services to asylum seekers, not just to refugees and stateless persons, but to asylum seekers in general. And fortunately, Madam Senator, a lot of government agencies are now made aware as to the plight of these individuals. Now, specifically with respect to the Palestinian nationals that entered the country, I believe sometime in early 2024, some have already applied for recognition as a refugee, while some did not push through with their applications for recognition as refugee. What we gathered from them, Madam Senator, was that they still intended to return to Palestine when the situation stabilizes or normalizes. For those that have already applied for recognition, a handful were already recognized as refugees. This would entitle them to the issuance of a machine-readable travel document that will allow them to travel freely in and out of the country. They were also given 47B visa that would legalize their stay in the country. Unfortunately, also, Madam Senator, the services or the protection that we can provide is only very limited. Case in point is if a person of concern would be needing medical assistance, we would most likely refer them to the DOH or to any public hospital for medical assistance. For financial assistance, we would refer them to the DSWD. Due to certain limitations on the expenditure of our or on how we can use our budget, we cannot directly provide them the necessary financial assistance. If the committee, if the good senator and the honorable chair will allow us, the Refugees and Stateless Persons Protection Unit would also like to introduce or recommend proposals on how we can be a better, on how we can maximize the budget that will be given to the unit, so that aside from just conducting trainings to make our government officials know about the plight and situation of these persons of concerns, we could also be able to extend effective and real assistance and protection services to these individuals, Madam Senator.
Is the end goal? I mean, you said you needed support. Oo. How do we deal? First, can you kindly differentiate for us para lang maliwanag ang ating refugees and stateless status? Isa ba yan o iba yun eh? Iba yung stateless, iba yung refugees.
They are different.
Please differentiate. And
Yeah.
ano ang kanilang status, ang end goal? Yun ang tanong ng chair. Thank you.
An individual is considered a refugee, Mr. Chair, if he or she meets the qualifications under the 1951 Refugee Convention. Essentially, this person is claiming persecution from his or her mother country due to religion, gender, political opinion, membership in a particular social group, and race. Whereas a person is considered stateless if by virtue of the laws of a country, he or she does not have any citizenship or nationality. So thankfully, in the Philippine context, we do not have statelessness because we have sufficient laws to address possible issues of statelessness. However, we do have populations at risk of statelessness, and these are the Sama Badjaus, the itinerant population who rely on fishing as their mode of living. So they would be mostly out in the waters whenever someone is whenever someone is born. They're not able to register this person's birth, resulting in them not being captured by our Philippine Statistics Authority. So while they are not legally speaking stateless because under the 1987 Constitution they are considered Filipinos, but by virtue of the absence of that registration, they are at risk of being statelessness and hence unable to avail of the services offered by the government.
The Sama Badjaus are Filipinos, but how can they be considered or at risk of being stateless? Why don't we reach out so that they can be registered?
There are efforts, Madam Senator. If I recall,
IEC, di ba?
yes, if I recall, Madam Senator, the Philippine Statistics Authority was able to go to the nearest civil registry that has jurisdiction over the Sama Bajaos and have been rolling out civil registration projects. It just has not been done as frequently as we would have hoped, because it would depend on manpower and budget resources.
Now I discovered that. Can you give us a report on stateless Filipinos or at risk of being stateless? Kakaawan man kung di nakapag-aral, kung walang resources, no? And they're mostly out at sea. Sa may tawi-tawi yan, no? Tawi-tawi, Sulu. Oo. So, kailangan mag-reach out kasi Pilipino sila.
Yes, they are. They are.
Hindi natin pagtabuyan sa ibang bansa. Pilipino
They're
sila.
not. They're not, Madam Senator. And just to share, our unit is in close coordination with the Indonesian consulate in Davao to do a reciprocal processing of persons of Indonesian descent and persons of Filipino descent. So the RSPPU will process persons of Indonesian descent that will result in them being recognized as Indonesians, and our counterpart from Indonesia will also do the same for Filipino descent. There is a province in Indonesia, or an area in Indonesia, Madam Senator, I just forget the area where it is, but there is a handful or a number of persons of Filipino descent that have not yet secured their registration, their Filipino registration documents.
Ilan, last question and then I have to go to my next hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience. Ilan ang stateless persons na sa jurisdiction natin?
Zero, right now, Madam Senator, we don't have any state. Well, the Sama, but the numbers, Your Honor, I will base this, Your Honor, on the 2022 figures coming from the UNHCR report, and that is around 12 to 15,000.
Wow. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor, at risk.
At risk. They are at risk because, I don't know, they're still Filipinos.
They are, Your Honor. They are Filipinos, but because, for example, if you go to a public hospital, you want to avail of certain services covered under PhilHealth, the very first requirement is, are you a Filipino? They do not have any document to prove that.
Sinong ahensya ng gobyerno, kayo ang dapat mangalaga doon para bigyan sila ng documentation, mag-reach out tayo?
Baka po PSA, Madam?
PSA.
Baka po PSA po.
PSA, Your Honor, will be the lead agency for that with support coming from us.
Bigyan nyo kami ng memo kung anong dapat gawin.
We will, Madam Senator.
15,000 na Pilipino, nakakasakit.
Yan yung mga issue with yung mga Filipinos in Sabah. Diba na pinanganak sila doon, pero hindi pa rin sila accepted doon, binalik sila dito. I remember when I went to Zamboanga, may mga ilan cases tayo ganyan in a shelter, ma'am. I remember talking to them, but di na sila marunong mag-Tagalog eh. No? So, but hindi naman sila Malaysian, hindi naman sila pinanganak dito. So, how do we, ano yung ganun na situation?
Tagalog salita nila.
Hindi nga. Kasi,
Mr. Chair, the issue with Sabah is a bit more complicated than the ones involving the other at risk of statelessness, because there is a territorial claim there involved, and the DOJ together with the DFA is closely discussing on how to resolve the issue involving Filipinos in Sabah.
I don't know if you can answer this here or maybe through an executive session, but there are individuals, no, who were deported from Sabah to the Philippines. Ano ang treatment nila? I remember encountering some of them in Zamboanga City. May shelter tayo doon, Secretary. No, anong treatment? If you can, I know that there is a territorial dispute issue dito, no, but for purposes of addressing those individuals, no, who were deported from Sabah and now in the Philippines, particularly in Zamboanga, ano sila? Filipino sila? Malaysian sila? How do we treat them?
Apologies, Mr. Chair, I would have to look into that particular matter you mentioned about those Filipinos that were deported from Sabah. First time that I have heard of that. But if based on the law alone, if these people can trace their lineage to a Filipino parent under the 1987 Constitution, then they would be considered Filipinos. It's just now a question of whether they have the actual birth registration documents to prove such a fact. Mindful also of this claim, mindful of the claim, Mr. Chair, this birth registration must be issued by a Philippine civil registry. Because if it were to be issued by the foreign civil registry, then that may end up being a recognition of the authority over that foreign entity to register births of Filipinos.
And I won't discuss this in detail, no, but I just want to bring this up to the department, particularly Attorney Chan, who I believe is handling this issue. Pero meron ako na-encounter na ganun. I don't know kung dumadami, I don't know kung kumukonte, but I remember going to a shelter, government-run shelter in Zamboanga, and meeting some of those individuals. Ang explanation sa akin nung social worker, they're Filipinos, their parents, but their parents or grandparents are Filipinos who went to Sabah, pinanganak na sila doon, but may mga cases, may mga crackdowns rin doon, binabalik sila dito. Unfortunately, hindi na rin sila marunong magtagalog, no. Yun tingin ko stateless talaga. Ang probably maybe kung anong maybe Malaysian or some hindi ko alam kung anong language sa Sabah, no. But yun talagang stateless kasi pagbalik nila dito wala silang passport, wala silang birth certificate, no. So anyways, but just take a look at that issue.
We will, Mr. Chair.
According to the DFA, there are 770,000 Filipinos in Sabah, 550,000 of whom are undocumented as of February 2024. Diba? Kakaawa. Diba? Pero undocumented nga. Oo. Anyway, I leave it at that. I have to go to my hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Senator JV for yielding. Yes, I give my support to the DOJ family and especially and all the agencies need. Marami pang dapat tunin pero may hearing ako sa kabila. Sige, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lauren. We now recognize Senator JV.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions to the agencies that we have supplemented with the additional budget before. But first, I'd like to ask our OIC Secretary Frederick Vida. We just noticed that the Office of the Secretary Proper received 1.525 billion in confidential funds for the current year due to congressional intervention.
Yes.
However, for fiscal year 2026, ano na lang to, it substantially decreased to 364.84. How would this significantly change the confidential fund allocation of OSEC proper?
Well, for purposes, basically, pag tiningnan po natin, Your Honor, yung 2026 proposed CF or confidential fund, it's restoring back yung 2024 and 2023. There were confidential activities basically mandated to the past secretary that has basically been already done. So basically, we're restored back to our original confidential fund levels. So kung maapektuhan po, unless may makita po kaming iba, we don't think na it will hamper our operations. We will be able still to fulfill our mandate, Your Honor.
But I understand that's very important. No?
Yes.
It's DOJ is one of the departments or agencies that we allow confidential fund. Kahit na nung height nung controversy about the confidential funds, because it is very essential in your the performance of your duties, no? Lalo na sa mga sa witness protection.
Yes,
tsaka won't this affect all of this? Hindi naman makaka-apekto ito. Yung drastic yung change, no?
Yeah, I don't think it will, but there are mechanisms to augment and under the existing joint memorandum circular between DBM and the COA. So if need be, we will just make, but for now, we foresee that there will be no change, or we will still be able to fulfill our mandate, Your Honor.
Kasi
Thank you
mga
very much
assets,
for the...
Of course, yung mga assets nyo and lahat
Opo.
are usually charged this under this, no, yung mga confidential funds.
Yes,
And
yes.
given your role as the primary, of course, investigator at lahat,
Opo.
kailangan po natin to. Just wanted to
Opo.
make sure kasi medyo malaki.
Ang meron lang po kaming request, Your Honor, is the additional request from our Witness Protection Program. It's another 192 million which was not considered sa age gap. We requested in the earlier hearings before House, but unfortunately it was not. If that can be placed, we will include that in our
Requests.
request, in our endorsement.
199 million for witness protection programs.
Yes. 190.
Anyway, that's the reason why we really
190.
have this
Yes.
committee hearings para
Opo.
po yung mga, there are programs that are really essential but are not approved for some reason by the Department of Budget. Hindi po na-include ng DBM sa NEP, no? So,
Opo. If I may,
in case this will be approved, I hope that this will be treated as a good amendment.
yes.
Lagi kami na allergic na kami sa insertion eh. But there are really here in the Senate we're proud yung mga insertion or amendment as we call it are really needed, no? And are institutional, mostly institutional. Sige, we'll take note of that, no? And then our chair is here listening, you know, yung 199 million for witness protection program. With the Bureau of Corrections, siguro si General Katapang, our director, I remember, if I remember it right, during the first budget hearing under Secretary Boying Remulla, one of the major projects dapat yung mega prison natin, no, because of the state of and the situation of the Bilibid now, dapat ito yung galagay sa Mindoro, tama no?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
And then it's supposedly 5 billion pesos, supposedly. Yun na ba yung cost? I think, if I remember right, kasi 2020 to 2023 budget yata yun, 5 billion for the construction of the mega prison facility.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. The request was 6 billion.
6 billion.
And then Senate initially provided 200, but it was never augmented because during the session it was discussed during the plenary that if funds are made available, the remaining balance of about 5 billion plus will be provided.
But you would still, of course, because of given the situation now, yung overcapacity ng congestion, and also yung nandun na rin napakahirap na rin i-maintain ng Bilibid ngayon because it's already surrounded, no? Na yung ang hirap ng tanggalin yung yung mga kalokohan doon dahil nga nandun na rin mismo yung community is there. So do you still of course, I'm sure that you will still endorse that kung kayang matuloy to, you would still pursue.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, with the permission of our Secretary, we will request for about 6 billion as planned because this is really needed for us to ensure that the congestion will be addressed in Muntinlupa.
Well, this is I think we really have to act on this because ang sabi nga ang national congestion rate is if correct me if it's 242.32%, no? And Iwahig Prison and Penal Farm and Davao Prison Penal Farm are the most congested with a congestion rate of 617%. Tama ho ba itong mga figures na to?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Nakakalungkot na kasi kung because of these floodgate scandals, given the amounts of projects that were wasted, sayang itong 6 billion kung nasimulan natin kahit konti-konti nagawa na. No? Kahit tinapyasan lang natin itong mga nilustay ng mga iilan, natapos sana, no? So, but we will see. We'll see. Anyway, the President said yung 250 billion will be aligned mostly for ayud, mga social programs, no? But we're hoping that it can be used for some infrastructure projects, yung talagang mga kailangan talaga. So we'll see. So 6 billion pa, no? And this will be multi-year. Ano po ang ano to? What will be the capacity again?
I think we will be able with that amount to close down the minimum or medium security compound, which is about 6,000 PDLs, because per capita cost is about that much, to relocate and transfer these PDLs to better facilities outside Metro Manila.
Okay, thank you for that information. Kasi naanak ko lang kasi that was 2022 yung unang budget natin dito pagbalik for 2023. Kaya lang, unfortunately, hindi na pursue. Pero nakakapanghinayang lang. If it was just 5-6 billion, wala yun sa katiting ng mga nilustay dito. No?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Ng mga loko dito.
Yeah, because you passed a law, RA 11928, which is the Supermax. And it was decided by Senate and former Secretary Boying Remulla to put the Supermax in Mindoro. So that initial amount of 6 billion was really earmarked.
Pero multi-year naman yan, hindi naman natin kaya lahat.
Multi-year yan, sir. That's ang total for to put up the Supermax is about 40 billion. So we just jump-start it so that slowly we transfer the maximum security compound to Mindoro.
Okay, thank you, Jer Katapang. I will go to Director Jimmy Santiago. Will take advantage. Judge Jimmy of NBI. Of course, yung pong anti-cybercrime is very important. Very, yan ang kalaban po natin ngayon, online. That's why we want to strengthen or augment yung pong budget. Palakasin po natin anti-cybercrime cooperation. Given the increasing volume and sophistication of online scams, hacking incidents, cyber attacks targeting both government, private institutions, how much is allocated by the agency for its anti-cybercrime operations?
Currently, 5 million lang ang nakaalat na budget, Your Honor. Kaya naghihingi po kami ng additional sana.
This year to 2025 is only 5 billion that was approved?
Yes, sir. Actually, yung na-grant na sa amin dapat last year ay nabalik po kami sa 2024 budget. Kaya ito po, nanghihingi kami na additional na 460,164,000 para po yun sa aming 4 na projects.
We'll go to the details later, no? So 400 po, 400 for the cybercrime unit.
Kasama na po yun, but ito po ay restoration of hazard duty pay, request for additional allocation for strengthening the national security and intelligence operation. Doon po. Tapos, augmentation ng insurance expenses and construction of an office in Lucena, Your Honor.
Sige, we'll just get the details, no? Pero we're more interested talaga do sa strengthening and improvement ng anti-cybercrime, considering that yearly we have a lot of scams, cyber attacks, and mga online, mga hacking that happens. So we want NBI, PNP cybercrime, of course the ICT, yan yung yan yung the new and clear and present danger kasi online na po halos lahat. So please give us in detail so that we can study and we'll see what we can andito naman ang chair natin so that we can digest and see what we can give, no, to improve the cybercrime division of NBI.
Yes, Your Honor. We will submit one, Your Honor.
So how closely does NBI coordinate with the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, or yung ICC, and the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group and other law enforcement agency in its cyber operations? Meron po tayong coordination. Meron pa tayong coordination with other agencies?
Yes, Your Honor. Coordinated naman kami, cybercrime ng PNP. Tapos meron tayo ngayon National Cyber Coordinating Council, sir, actually yesterday nandun lang sila sa office at nag-meet na naman nga kami para ma-strengthen namin ang aming capability, sir.
Okay, tsaka yung ano po, yung pong accomplishments of the agency in terms of cybercrime cases successfully filed or prosecuted this year. So at least we will be able to justify yung ating pong augmentation, no? Medyo malaki kasi yung budget nyo. But we would need probably to see the accomplishments, how many cases filed and successfully filed or prosecuted this year. Doon po sa, and the targets for 2026.
Yes, Your Honor, sir. We will comply.
Okay, thank you for that, no? Kasi tayo, ito yung mga hininga natin, matinulungan nating agencies, no? So that are that we need to add to improve their programs and projects. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be here to listen to the other agencies as well. So nice to, good luck to OIC Sec Frederick Vida and the DOJ family. Of course, nice to see some familiar faces. Soljan Dardin, of course, who I've worked with in the housing industry. Nice to see you back in government service, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator JV. I'll continue where Senator JV left off with NBI. Director Santiago, first, it's good to see you. Good that you continued your service to the Filipino people. Lalo na ngayon, kailangan natin ng talagang mga may experience dahil marami tayong hinahabol na corruption sa gobyerno. At maganda rin magkatabi kayo ni General Katapang. May mga nahuli nyo, bigay nyo kaagad sa kanya.
Para mabilis na.
Oo, magkatabi kayo. No? Diba? Sinadya yata ni Secretary yun para mag-usap na kayo kaagad. No? I saw in your budget, Director Santiago, na you requested 6.5 billion, but the ones na ang na-approve lang ay 1.3. No? Medyo malaki yung discrepancy. Can you tell us which ones ang hindi na-approve but you think should be approved and priority?
Ang total po nung hindi na-approve ay 460 million 164,000. Ito po yung binanggit ko na rin po kanina, restoration of hazard and duty pay, request for additional allocation for to strengthen our national security and intelligence operation, augmentation of insurance expenses, and construction of our district office in Lucena. So yun po ang kinakailangan namin na hindi po napasama sa budget.
Ito ba in order of priority ito, Director?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Ito po yung talagang kailangan namin na sana po'y matulungan nyo po.
Sige
kami.
po, just submit to us yung in order of priority kasi nakita ko malaki yung cut eh. Almost 4 billion yung not cut, no, hindi na approve ng DBM, no. So and right now narinig ko nga kanina kila Secretary, the NBI is tasked to investigate many of these flood control issues. So importante na mabigyan kayo ng suporta, no, para mabilis yung trabaho, no. Kasi the more support, the faster, more efficient that you can dispense with your work, no? So pasabit na lang sa amin yung breakdown in order of priority.
Opo, sir.
But at the same time, Director, nakita ko yung unfilled positions na NBI is about 993 positions.
822 na lamang
822 na lang. Oo.
Opo, yes, sir.
And ano mga positions to, Director? And bakit mataas ang unfilled?
Yun pong plantilla position namin na allowed kami sa OSSP ay 2,272. Ang filled position na po ay 1,450. Ang unfilled po ay 822 na nga. Pero kami patuloy hong nagre-recruit at nagpo-promote para ma-fill upan itong mga kakulangan na ito.
Bakit po may kahirapan ba sa pagkuha ng tao, kuha ng agents? Ano to, mga agents, mga investigators?
dahil po dun sa yung nagkaroon ng modernization, na reorganization, medyo napigilan po kami ng DBM para pero ngayon po ginagawa na namin ng paraan at ito nga po, patuloy po ang aming pagre-recruit lalo na ng mga agents.
Okay. Okay, so hopefully, Director, in the next few months, makita natin may improvement doon sa pagkuha natin ng tao.
Yes,
Kasi
sir.
importante
Yes,
rin
Your Honor. Patuloy po ang aming pagre-recruit at po-promote ng mga tao para mapilapan po lahat ito.
Thank you, Director. I'll go to the Office of the Solicitor General, to Soljan Darlene. I saw in a dito sa analysis namin na ang attrition rate ng Soljan mataas, at about 6% annually, meaning there are about 20 lawyers that leave the Soljan office every year, no? So of course ang buhay nyo is nasa lawyers, you know, because being the legal counsel of the government. So how is this hampering the operations of Solgen? And we also saw that there's a 17% vacancy rate, meaning 17% unfilled versus the approved plantilla or approved authorized plantilla positions. So that's about 169 unfilled positions. No? So in other words, part of the reason bakit mataas yung unfilled positions because of the attrition rate. No?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yung pong unfilled positions would include also administrative positions and not just lawyers. So kung di po ako nagkakamali, parang sa lawyers ay around maybe 30 to 40 lawyers from the plantilla positions. But totoo po na may mga umaalis. The 3-year average attrition rate is a little under 7%. Meron po kaming 30 divisions now, a little over 300 lawyers. On average, each lawyer handles 1,500 cases. Where the OSG...
Each lawyers, 1,500?
Yes,
Kanina,
Mr.
kala ko
Chair.
sa prosecutor, 160 something, napakadami na.
Yes,
Ito is
Mr. Chair.
1,000
500 on average per lawyer. So, kung saan po pumupunta yung mga lawyers, halimbawa ng OSG, may mga nagre-resign, pumupunta po sa judiciary. So maraming public service din, or Bangko Sentral. So siguro po mas nakikita na in terms of benefits or compensation package, mas na-entice. But we continue to strengthen our capacity building kasi isa po yun sa nagiging incentive ng mga lawyers, trainings, we expose them to trainings, and I think just like in the medical field, siguro po yung mga lawyers who are dealing with or who want to practice litigation para pong sa medical field, nothing will beat the experience that is provided by the Philippine General Hospital to the lawyers. Siguro po sa doctors, siguro po sa lawyers, napakagandang practice naman kung gusto nila ng constitutional litigation sa OSG. So pinapalakas po namin yung capacity building. The OSG is also handling arbitration cases. At kasama na rin po dito ang ating ipinanalo sa West Philippine Sea in the arbitral tribunal, na nung una po tayong sumali sa arbitration, we were mostly relying on foreign counsels, and since then we have been including in our budget proposal continuous training for our lawyers to be trained also in arbitration so that we will be less reliant on foreign counsels.
Itong 1,500 per lawyer, 1,500 cases per lawyer, that's humanly impossible already. Parang that's, kung one case per year, maaabot siya 5 years bago
Yes.
matapos to.
Totoo naman po na mga kaso, so ang buhay po ng abogado sa OSG, may mga kaso po kasi na active pa pero malayo rin naman po ang interval. For example, kasi ang hinahandle po ng OSG, for example sa criminal cases, pag po umakyat na ng Court of Appeals or Supreme Court, so hindi naman po yan, pag sinabing active ay talagang buwan-buwan may nangyayari. So may mga malayo-layo rin po ang mga interval. Minsan po may season na maraming pleadings na kailangang i-draft. Mayroon naman pong iba na heavy on hearings at mayroon naman pong iba na medyo malalayo po ang nagiging activity ng cases.
Is the total number of pending cases right now?
Around 450,000 po based on our docket system. 450,000 are active cases.
Because you handle for all for government and all of the instrumentalities of government.
Yes.
No? But not local government, hindi
Not
kasali.
excepting po local government.
Oo.
So ang hindi lang po namin sakop yung sakop po ng OGCC,
GCC,
mga
oo.
GOCCs. So departments, so all their branches, Office of the President, Senate, Congress, government instrumentalities. So except lang po ng LGUs.
Ganun
So pati
karami.
po state universities,
Okay.
state colleges, hawak din po ng Solgen.
The annulment? You
Yes.
ayaw tanungin ni Senator JV, allergic to sa annulment eh. So, ayaw niya tanungin eh. Siya
Opo, marriage-related cases po ay hawak din po ng Office of the Solgen. So kapag po na may decision sa Regional Trial Court, kung nag-grant po ang annulment or declaration of nullity, so si OSG po ay nagkakaroon ng determination kung ia-appeal pa sa Court of Appeals or hindi po. So, in fact, kung hindi po nagkakamali, siguro baka po mga 20% of our cases are marriage-related.
Ito ko dito, almost 80,000 cases.
Yes, apo.
So out of the 450,000,
So, tama.
80,000 ang annulment
Yes,
cases.
yes. So, Mr. Chair, nung dumating po rin ako sa OSG, so may mga may 30 divisions po kasi kami. So nung pag-ikot ko rin po ng 30 divisions, ibig sabihin po ng division para siyang one division is composed of 10 lawyers and one assistant solgen. So meron pong mga policy ng ibang dating solgen na automatic yung appeal. So basta na, for example, nag-grant yung annulment, talaga pong ina-appeal ka agad. So ngayon po, gawa na rin ng mga recent trend sa mga usapin po ng divorce, kung ano po yung mga liberalized interpretation as well by the Supreme Court, yung mga moves po sa legislature as well. Marami na rin pong mga rulings na iba na rin po ang parang niliberalize po yung rules of evidence on separation. So, ang ginagawa po namin ngayon sa OSG ay magkaroon ng determination ng independent assessment din muna. So, imbis na automatic appeal, mag-assess po kami, naghahanap kami ng mga factors na karapat-dapat lamang na i-appeal. So, gawa na rin po ng limited resources. So, hindi naman po maaaring lahat na lamang ay iaakyat for if we do not also make that independent evaluation.
In other words, hindi na automatic.
Hindi po automatic.
Okay, and in that ratio, how many percent annulment lang? How many percent do you appeal, and how many percent you just kung hindi mo in-appeal din, yung decision ng lower courts will stay?
Will stay na po.
Oo.
So kung halimbawang ginrant po ang annulment, ay that will stay na po.
But how many do you bring up to the how
So-
many do you appeal?
So ito po ay
More or less lang.
more or
Just,
less.
more or less lang just
So
to
ito
give-
po ay lahat. Ito po ay lahat yung inappeal.
But sabi mo in your case, the new policy is you have to review whether the appeal is warranted or not. And how many of those cases do you?
Opo. Mr. Chair, baka hindi ko pa po magkaroon ako ng figure dito dahil I just
Bago lang. Yeah.
bago lang
Yeah,
po.
yeah. Okay. So that is the new policy.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Alright. Kasi nga medyo, that's another discussion dun sa mga pro-divorce advocates na magastos eh. No?
Opo.
So I think that's a policy that is in line with those who are advocating divorce. No? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'll go to OGCC. Sir, how many it's the same, no? How many cases are pending with the OGCC?
Currently, there are 5,966 po. So, our ratio of cases to lawyer is much lower than the OSG po.
Okay.
It's only like
Ano bang anong ratio po? And then OGCC handles the cases of all GOCCs, no?
yes po.
Oo.
Yes po. Ang caseload po namin is 95 cases lang per lawyer.
Okay.
And some of those cases are already submitted for decision. Ganun po.
And how many cases are pending with OGCC right
We
now?
have right now 5,966 po.
Yeah. Any important cases that currently OGCC is handling right now? May mga notable cases ba?
Well, we
Other
have
than the normal, 'di ba? May mga normal mga labor cases, but yung mga notable, meron bang hinahawakan ngayon na of national significance?
Well, the cases of the water districts po, Senator.
Okay. Yeah. So
We are-
ano na yan, nasa inyo na.
Yes
no?
po. We are
Okay.
representing one water district has filed the case. This is Metro San Fernando, La Union Water District.
And what's the in the past few years, ano ang success rate ng cases ng OGCC? Ito ba, going back, yung sa San Fernando is the San Fernando Water District filed the case, or it was
It was
a consumer filed against
no,
them?
no, sir. It was Prime Water that filed the case.
Against them?
Yes.
Okay, so and you're representing the water district?
Yes, Senator. Yes po.
So you're representing all water districts?
That's correct po.
Marami rin yun, ha?
That's over like 300.
Oo, marami yun. Oo. Okay.
Ang success rate, I think for this year po, cases decided with finality were 133 cases. We won 95, so that's like a success rate of 71%.
71%. And there's also recoveries, no, of amounts?
Yes.
How much is the recoveries of amounts?
I don't have that number currently.
Dito sa notes ko, 101 billion recoveries
Yes po,
Tama ba?
101 billion.
from 2022 to 2025. OGCC generate 101 billion in terms of recoveries
Yes.
from legal from all the cases. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Tama ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So malaki rin ang nare-recover ng OGCC in behalf of the government.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll go to LRE. I have some May I know the computerization, the digitalization efforts of LRA kasi yan ang isa sa pinaka-importanteng aspeto ng LRA, no? Yung digitalization of documents, also retrieval of documents. So may I know the status of the digitalization efforts of LRA?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. The LRA is currently undergoing po yung full digitalization. No? Our digitalization efforts started as early as 2009, no? But it was under a BOT scheme po. And the contract is set to expire in October next year. Opo. Currently, we have received po a PPP unsolicited proposal on the digitalization of the titling process po. Ano? We are set to implement, hopefully, by next year, a fully digital title po that will integrate a blockchain technology, GIS, and artificial intelligence po. So we are currently po reviewing yung unsolicited proposal.
How come hindi nyo itinuloy na lang yung existing na BOT?
Magsiset po, the contract will expire po by October next year po.
But I just want to inquire, itong existing ninyo, how is it performing? Kasi kung maganda naman, bakit you're looking for a new technology partner?
The unsolicited proposal came from the same group rin po. Opo.
So this is going to be a much more sophisticated technology kasi blockchain na siya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So it's the same group, but they're upgrading their technology.
Opo. Sir, incidentally po pala, the original group, nagkaroon po ito ng divestment po eh. So, different ano rin ho to. It's a different set of owners po right now from the original proponent po.
Who is the original proponent?
I believe po, it was the group of Mayor Kembao po. Stratcom
okay.
po.
Stratcom.
Oho.
Okay, Stratcom. Okay.
And then nag-divest po siya, I think when he ran as a public officer, nag-divest po siya. So it's a different group po altogether.
Okay. And then, but the same company?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, actually, ang LRA is almost self-sufficient. You generate close to about 18 billion in revenues?
Last year po, we contributed to the National Treasury 12 billion po.
12 billion.
Opo.
Okay. But what's the total revenue that LRA collects?
Under the BOT agreement po, separate po kasi yung payment sa IT po.
Oh.
So,
itong 8 billion, 18 billion,
baka kasama
kinokollect
po
ninyo?
yung remittance po sa Lares po, dun sa IT provider.
So yung 8, pero tama, 18.
Accurate ba yan?
Tama ba? Dito sa records
We'll
namin,
have to
18.
verify po, Mr. Chair.
So 18 billion yung collection sa government, ang binabayad sa government, and then 12 billion ang riniremit nyo sa treasury.
That po, we are sure when it comes to the 12 billion remittance to the National Treasury.
Oo.
But I have to check po when it comes
Walang
to the...
nare-retain sa inyo?
There's a special provision po under PD 1529 which allows us to retain 20%. But so far po, 8% pa lang ang maximum na naibigay ho sa amin. 8%? 2024, 2025? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. We were given at least 15% by the DBM po out of the 20% retention of fund.
I stand corrected, hindi pala, my staff just flagged me, hindi pala tama yung 18.3, it's 12.3.
Opo, 12 po.
And then you...
That's accurate, sir.
Okay, ito yung rinimit nyo. So malaki rin ang revenue generation ng LRA.
Yes, sir. Outside of the DOF family po, I think we are the second largest contributor po.
Yeah, it's a major revenue driver. And then, pero I read in a COA report that merong mga unremitted amounts from 2022 to 2024, about 1.7 billion. Tama ba ito? Wala na ito. Wala na. Okay. Sorry, my staff just flagged me. The amounts are hindi tama pala. No? Just disregard that question. Hindi tama yung numbers na binigay sa akin. So with this new technology, I'm interested to learn, aside from blockchain, kasi blockchain is supposed to be hindi siya ma-hack, no? At
Opo.
hindi ma-change yung mga documents.
Opo.
But how is it going to improve the experience of our yung mga pumupunta sa inyo na mga kumukuha ng titles, nakikipag-transact sa inyo? How is it going to improve service to our constituents?
Hopefully with the full digitalization po, Mr. Chair, it will help increase efficiencies also. And also, much of the delay ho kasi sometimes is with regard to the verification of some of the documents po. With a fully digital system, hopefully we will be fully efficient na rin po.
Yan ang goal, talagang full digital
Yes,
system
sir.
na.
We intend to have a digital title that will hopefully do away with the paper
Physical.
title. Opo.
So that's the goal. Kailan mangyayari yan?
Well, I'm looking at a 10-year period po because
Tagal naman, 10 years pa.
even po if we get to prepare the digital title itself, there are other dependencies po, there are other agencies that are not yet prepared to link with us now. But we're hoping that within a certain period, we can be able to achieve a fully digital title. And at the same time po, there is the reluctance of the population.
Yeah.
So especially in the countryside, they would rather prefer a physical title
totoo rin
na
yan.
hawak po nila.
Hindi pa tayo masyadong, parang ano yan diba? Yung transaction with the bank, some constituents still prefer to go to the bank, talk to talk to a teller, may passbook pa siya.
Opo.
Takes time. But I think that's a good step forward because everything now is digital
Opo, sir. Sir, even if we look at the e-commerce law was passed in 2000. Matagal na po binigay yung background sa mga electronic transactions pero ngayon pa lang ho nagpipick up. So more or less on that basis, I'm thinking of a 10-year period po or more for the full acceptance of the population. But kami po mismo, we will be prepared po.
How about outside of that digital titles? What improvements are you introducing to the delivery of service to our constituents?
Opo. Currently po, we are hopefully by the year end, our agency will be prepared to accept cashless transactions na rin po to make it easier. Kasi we are not yet capable of accepting cashless payments. No? But currently, we are discussing with Land Bank and DBP kung sino po sa kanila ang makapag-provide sa amin ng facility for cashless transactions, and this will surely contribute to the ease of doing business po.
Right. Thank you to LRA. I'll go to PCGG, to Chairperson Sadang. Chairperson, what are the notable achievements of PCGG in the last maybe last 2 years?
40 years.
Yeah.
Well,
2-3 years.
Just to give a larger context, Mr. Chairman, for the past 40 years, the PCGG has recovered 280 billion pesos worth of assets and still trying to recover at least 68 billion worth of assets. And these are the subject of 71 cases that are pending before the Sandigan Bayan, half of them, and then the other half is with the appellate courts. Now, for the past 2 years, or I can even go back up to 2022, Your Honor, the PCDG was able to recover 7 billion pesos worth. So, that is the achievement of the PCGG, Your Honor, for the past 3 years.
Or in terms of cash, itong 7 billion? Tama ba ho,
Just for
Chairman?
this year, Mr. Chairman, just for this year, we were able to remit 1.3 billion pesos.
But you said in the last 2 years, 7 billion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Malaki rin, ha?
Malaki rin po. Malaki rin po.
That's,
These are, yeah.
That's a good amount to fund a lot of our
Yes.
requirement. Narinig nyo naman, daming requirements.
Opo,
no?
opo. And we achieved this, Your Honor, on a very small budget. On the average, it's only 165 million a year. And we were able to remit that much amount to the National Treasury, Your Honor.
And I noted also that PCGG has also consistently utilized its budget. No?
Yes,
so
Your Honor.
in other words, sulit
Tama po.
yung binibigay sa PCGG
opo.
kasi in the last note,
Opo.
7 billion ang na-remit to
Yes,
government
opo.
coffers.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then you said you're also looking at recovering 68
Yes, billion pesos worth
okay.
of assets.
And then you're also managing 68 active cases. No?
71 active
71
cases,
active cases.
Your Honor.
All right. Okay. And what's the projection? How much are we still looking to recover in 2026? Realistically.
I cannot cite a specific figure, Your Honor, because this involves cases and we do not know how these cases and when these cases will be decided, Your Honor.
All right.
Oo. But just this year alone, we were able to win a case. The PCGG was able to recover 100 million pesos worth.
1.3 billion, you said 1.3?
For this year, Your Honor, as of this time, we were able to remit 1.3 billion
1.3 billion.
to the Treasury.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
To Parole and Probation Administration.
Yes, Mr. Senator.
Ano po yung mga notable accomplishments po natin, sir?
Meron po kaming request for the restoration of 48,600,000 for the next year's budget to hire 150 persons contract of service. Ito po ay para sa case decongestion assistance namin. For this year po, meron na kaming 250,000 individuals under investigation and supervision. 67% of those are drug-related crimes. Ang workload capacity po ng isang probation officer namin ay 1:400 cases. So to decongest our load, mag-hire po kami ng 150 contract of service next year. Ang total po namin along with the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy ay 74.275 million.
To contract of service ang ano nyo hindi...
They will do only decongest the files. Ganun po. To lighten the workload of the probation officers. Ito pong mga individuals na ito, they will remain in the office and yun lang paperwork ang mga kanilang gagawin. They will increase the disposition of investigation cases and ipatutupad po namin ang speedy and compassionate justice, Your Honor.
Ngayon, ilan po ang individuals na nasa loob po ng inyong yung minamanage ninyo?
Kami po ay non-custodial in nature. For this year alone, ang savings po namin for the national government ay 4.530 billion. And we are a 49-year-old agency. From the time we were born in 1978, we have saved the national government 27.215 billion pesos.
Okay. But how many clients are you managing right now?
For this year, napapasok po 250,000.
250,000 ang papasok
And being processed
being processed
with us, investigation and supervision.
Okay.
All of these individuals are court-designated individuals, persons.
Okay. And then but yan ba ang average nyo, 250,000 every year?
Kasi po tumaas ang workload namin due to the plea bargaining of drug cases. Noon pong dati mga 65-80,000 lang, pero po nung bumuhos ng plea bargaining agreement, napunta po sa amin lahat ng trabaho.
Actually, Secretary, yan ang isang dapat tignan yung plea bargaining policy because ako kausap ko yung mga kapitan namin almost every weekend when I go home to Valenzuela at common na naririnig ko especially on drug cases yan, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Ay pag may nahuli magpi-plea bargain tapos makakawala ulit, no? Pero maraming recalcitrant, so mahuhuli recidivist or marami pabalik-balik lang, no?
Sa parole and probation po, one time only lang.
Yeah, one time. Pero I understand because hindi yata digital. So may mga cases na galing sa ibang city o ibang LGU, mahuhuli doon, tapos lilipat sa ibang LGU, mahuli doon, magpi-plea bargain siya, pupunta naman sa ibang LGU, plea bargain siya.
Meron pong kasong gano'n.
May mga ganun akong nakukuhang information from the ground, from the ground.
Meron pong gano'n.
Oo, dahil hindi digitalized ang courts natin, no?
Yes, sir.
So it frustrates the punong barangays kasi sila yung sila yung in charge of order, no? So it frustrates. And ganun ba naririnig nyo, admin, na common feedback?
Yes, Mr. Senator, ang iniintay na lang po namin ay yung NJIS. It is the computer service that will link us with the Bucor, with the police, with the NBI, and the courts.
Yeah.
It will be turned on soon.
Okay, and that will limit the plea bargain loophole. I'll call it loophole. Loophole.
Because when you type a name, Juan de la Cruz, makikita mo na may prior service, merong warrant of arrest. It's all integrated.
Ngayon, hindi pa ganun?
Hindi pa po fully activated.
So kung for an individual na huli, nag-plea bargain, papasok yun sa inyo, di ba?
Papasok po siya muna sa court system. The court usually has a computer system na kadikit sa database. So when the name Juan de la Cruz appears twice, then that's a red flag.
But if they go to another LGU, yun ang nagiging issue yata eh. Yun ang naririnig ko
Maybe they use a different name.
Or use a different name. Or use a different name. Or a different middle name. Diba?
Or hindi nagbibigay ng middle name.
Oo. Diba? And then when they apply for plea bargain, pupunta na sa inyo for
Yes, sir.
parole. Kayo
Yes,
na
sir.
magmamanage ng client, no? Yeah. And then you said lumaki siya because of the plea bargain.
Because of the plea bargaining.
How much of that 250 is due to plea bargain? More or less lang, more or less.
60% po ay plea bargain.
60%, no? Ganong kalaki. Kaya, but the problem is a lot of our punong barangays na na-frustrate sila eh. Nawawalan sila ng gana because yun na nga, lalabas ulit, makikita na naman nila ulit, no? So with that digital system, mai-eliminate na yung ganitong mga paulit-ulit lang. Sir, can you kasi
mga physical na papel ay madi-decongest pa.
Oo. Meron
along
bang
with the-
biometrics yan? Meron bang, does it include, kahit napalitan nila yung name nila o lagyan ng middle name or lagyan ng junior?
Our regions began the QR code in reporting to the probation officer. It started in Mindanao, in Tawi-Tawi and Zamboanga.
But yung QR code is just for document tracking.
Apa,
But yung biometrics, let's say fingerprint or...
ginamit po nila rin yan during the pandemic for reportorial purposes. Kasi sila ay naka-online.
But this is something that, Secretary, take a look at it. No? Kasi naaabuso siya eh. Na maganda yung intention para rin hindi para ma-decongest in jails natin, para rin you give people a chance, kaso lang naaabuso siya.
Chair,
Yeah.
it's basically the plea bargaining is may ano ho yan sa court order. So we'll raise this before the Judicial Sector Coordinating Council.
Sa alam ko meron kayong
DOJ and the
yes.
Supreme Court.
Oo, para lang from a policy point of view dapat ma-review, no? Kasi maraming nag-aabuso. Yun ang naririnig ko from the ground. No? Thank you. And so sa Office of the Alternative Dispute Resolution, Executive Director Santos, can you give us your notable achievements this past 1 or 2 years?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution, we have consistently exceeded our targets for ADR practitioners and implementers that we trained. We have also increased ADR access across the country by accrediting more than over 100 practitioners, so that from the last year, Mr. Chair, we have an overall 77% increase across the Philippines, and our agency has been consistent in stakeholder engagements to promote and expand the use of ADR all over the Philippines. So we have memorandum of agreement and understanding to various NGAs as well as private institutions to promote ADR awareness.
Yung mga lupon kasama ba sa ADR? Is that part of your hierarchy or system?
Sir, we collaborate with the Department of Interior and Local Government for the capacity building of the lupon ng tagapamayapa through the KP, sir.
But it's that you tap them as part of your, I would assume it's a dispute resolution mechanism, diba? Yung mga lupon?
Yes, sir, but in the agency, sir, we don't handle cases po.
Yeah, hindi. But do you capacitate them?
Yes, sir.
Do you
Yes, sir.
give
We have
them the
partnership
training?
with DILG as well as
Very
other.
effective yan, mga lupon. I've seen it with with my experience. I've seen the effective sila kasi grassroots level pa lang naayos na nila yung mga disputes. Lalo na yung mga personal disputes.
That's correct, Your Honor. Some LGUs come to our office to request for capacity building, sir, and we try as much as we can to accommodate their requests po.
What type of training do you give to the lupon?
Usually, sir, it's mediation training po. Those are the common requests po of our KPs and ng mga barangays po, sir. It's mediation training po.
And you primarily your office is focuses on training, tama ba? Training.
Yes, correct, sir. And promotion po, sir. Awareness campaign.
Okay. And who are the practitioners are mainly what type of individuals or organizations?
The practitioners, sirs, are some are from the NGAs. Some NGAs already have their established ADR offices or programs, so they have practitioners who are already handling cases within their agencies. But some of our accredited, sir, are also private institutions. Examples, sir, are the Philippine Institute for Arbitrators. We also have law firms, and we also have the Conflict Resolution Group. We have the Mediation Network of the Philippines as well, sir.
Okay. So you promote all of these organizations?
Yes, sir. We partner with them. We get them as our resource persons for our training runs as well.
So yung mga, let's say, may mga dispute, whether personal or corporate, they can go to your office and ask for referrals on how
Yes,
to
sir. We can
go
appoint
about
a
this,
third party neutral po.
Pwede kayo
Yes po,
mag-appoint?
it's in the function of the OADR, sir.
Okay, alright. Ano pa ba tayong ano? Nasabi lang sa akin ng staff ko sa LRA kay Admin Sirius, mag-hearing din kasi yung DAR budget this coming Friday, no? So and marami doon sa mga land titling, LRA is the facilitator, no? So meron ba kayong nakikitang mga problema sa mga land titling ng mga ARBs natin, Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries? May mga delays ba? May mga any recommendations to improve the facilitation of the land titles?
Okay. Mr. Chair, the LRA, part of our mandate is to carry out the land reform agenda also of the government, no, to assist the Department of Agrarian Reform. Currently, we help them out with their DAR split program po. They have a DAR split program being undertaken now. Ang naging problem po nila, kaya hindi ho fully na-implement yung Agrarian Reform Program by the previous administrations, kasi po yung they were issued collective CLOAs po. That is the objective of the DAR split program now, is to be able to individualize po yung award dun sa beneficiary. Previously po kasi they were awarded collectively without identifying the particular lot po for the Agrarian Reform beneficiary. In effect po, they were not able to take possession of the land, and they were not able to till the land kasi hindi ho nila alam kung ano yung allocated. No, but under the leadership po ni Secretary Estrella, I think they are currently fully implementing na po itong DAR split, no? In-identify nila, and then we are helping them out subdivide na po itong mga collective CLOAs na tinatawag, no? But I think the biggest challenge po ng programa nila is validating po yung mga collective CLOAs, no? Based on our discussions, marami rin po kasi sa mga na-award na CLOA, no? Hindi po dapat ma-award. There were no proper coverage of the area. Yung iba po, hindi ho agricultural land, tapos kinover pa rin po nila. So currently, binavalidate pa rin po nila yung mga ganun na po na ano. And then, because of the long period of time, marami rin po sa kanila ang nawawalan titulo. The physical title itself, no, hindi na po nila ma-locate po. Opo. So I think those are the challenges, no, that they are encountering, and but we are in close discussions with them every time po para ma-monitor po namin yung pag-progress ng distribution ng DAR titles po.
Ba't ang role ng LRA dyan is mabigay yung titulo, di ba?
Opo, opo.
Doon sa mga beneficiaries
Opo,
after 10 years.
Ano po?
Kailan ba binibigay yun? Di ba mayroong parang...
Tapos na po yung under the CARP law and the CARPER law, yung extension po, dapat na i-distribute na po yun. Pero hindi nga po na-allocate dahil they were given collective CLOAs. They were not actually delivered po individually. So ngayon po nila ginagawa pa lang yun.
Okay. Yun ang role nyo, to subdivide it.
We are helping them out, subdivide po itong lots na to, collective CLOAs, and then issue titles po sa kanila.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. So I don't have any more questions, Secretary. There being no further questions, the budget of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies, namely Bucor, what is this? LRA, Bureau of Immigration, NBI, OADR, OGCC, OSG, PPA, and PCGG is now deemed submitted for plenary's consideration, subject to the discussion and submission of documents requested. So, maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. So, this hearing is hereby suspended.